If you haven't seen the World of Warcraft Midnight Housing expansion, it is awesome, and it inspired me to want to jump in and actually recreate it. And you can see here they're dragging items into the world, they're just rotating, they're gizmo transforming them, they've got all kinds of assets in a little menu that pops up on the left here, and some keybinds on the right. This is just a UX gem. So when I played this, it reminded me of a couple of other games as well that I've enjoyed. So we got Valheim here. Valheim was obviously an amazing base building game, or house building, castle building, whatever you've got in mind, you can like create it, right? So this was awesome fun, very bolt on, very adverts. And so here we've got V Rising as well. So between World of Warcraft now, Valheim and V Rising, I've got pretty much every building system I could want from games to satisfy the fact that I'm a millennial and I will never be able to buy a house. So I feel like the World of Warcraft expansion that just came out was kind of built for millennials and Gen Z. Like we can't get a house, but we can pretend to have one in a fantasy world. So looking back at the Warcraft one here, it's just so smooth. Dragging items in, scrolling your wheel to rotate them, just moving around the space, scaling them up and down, like choosing colors for them. It just felt really, really nice. And what I want to do today is build that in Unreal Engine 5. So using blueprints, materials, UMG, a couple of other tools, a bit of lighting. But so we'll use the enhanced input component and common UI to try and just run through this whole thing. And we're going to stick around for as many hours as I can muster. I've got coffee, I've got pop, because I still drink soda, and I've got a massive thing of water. So we should be good. I should be able to get through this. So we've also got some music in the background that I want to highlight because I got copyright striked recently. So we're playing Dusk. It's sort of like early 2000s IDM inspired music. It might not be that loud in the background. In fact, I can't barely hear it, to be honest, so I'm going to turn it up. I've just got to find out how to turn it up. So let's get that turned up a little bit. Awesome. That's going to keep me entertained while I rinse through an absolute ton of blueprinting to achieve this kind of World of Warcraft style housing. So let's get started. I've got the engine open here. So, and I've also got a task list. So let's bring up that task list. So you can see here we've got character camera controls, we've got the storage UI and prop rendering. So we need to render all the props into the UI, right? We've got the placement mechanics, which is like line traced, building. Yeah, Valheim was really fun. Just answering the chat here. Valheim was really fun. I really enjoyed it, and I keep intending to go back and play it again. They keep updating it. So I might go back at some point. So yeah, we've got the placement collision stuff, we've got the grid line material. The placement mechanics like a line trace around the world with some sort of like grid snapping that's optional. We've got an advanced transform mode. We've got colorized modes, stacked grouping. So if you put a crate on top of a crate and then move the bottom crate, they move together, which is really sweet. And then some really nice audio design that goes into that UX that really just sells the feeling of it. So placing something down and picking something up, they have different tonalities. So like it's like deep thunks and then high-pitched clicks for like different actions. And if there is time, I would love to investigate and dive into a little bit of that UX. So let's get started on character camera controls just after we take a look at this asset pack that I've got. So I've got a couple of asset packs. This is all enhance. So if we jump back here and just type in enhance assets, or not, let's try it one more time. Enhance assets here. We've got this asset pack creator. And they create some really amazing stuff, and I'm a big fan of MMOs, so I own all of the stuff. It's about $2,000 worth of stuff. It's assets, obviously, really nice quality artwork. I actually don't own all of it. I don't recognize this one, don't recognize this one. This crab here, actually, was fun. My son asked me what I do for work. He sat down on the chair behind me here. And I said, I'll make games. And he was like, oh, can we make a game? I was like, yeah, pick a character from this artist. And he picked the crab, and we made a little game where you run around as crabs. We did it in about an hour. It was good fun. No streaming on that one, but that was a real fun little insight for him into what I do. So anyway, these are the assets. They're beautiful assets. Enhanced artwork is amazing. That's what we're working with today. We'll just jump into this building here and we can see we have something. Don't know if this is going to work for me, but we have something. Like we have floors, walls, ceilings. What more could you want? So we're going to get started with this. I'm actually going to pull out some assets from here. Let's try and see how this is built real quick, because we just want to, like, really we want to build our own real quick, like just as a foundation. So we can see we've got sort of like floor pieces, wall pieces here. This is all good. Let's start a new level. Let's just go for the empty level, I think. Don't save the demo level. Let's just start dragging things in here. We're gonna want, so these are corner floors. These are AW underscore floor. I want a interior floor tile. Here we go. And we're gonna work on the grid, because this is gonna be a grid-based building game. So we have a tile that's 3 meters by 3 meters. We can tell because of the grid on the default Unreal here. This is each of these are 10 centimeters. This is 1 meter, 10 centimeters, 2 meters, 10 centimeters, 3 meters. Well, 10 centimeters per tiny cube, right? We're actually going to have to reproduce a grid like this in material at some point. So let's just get a base area set up. What we can do is change our snapping at the top here to be 100 units to make this a little bit quicker. So let's make a room that's big enough to at least walk around in comfortably. I'm going to say that we're going to build it off of 0 here, and we're going to build it in the X direction. Let's go this way. Let's actually just check the details here. We're actually negative at the moment, so alt click drag, and then I'm just going to move that over here. Don't know, just preference, I suppose. Okay, so jumping back to our assets in buildings, let's go for walls next. We just want our generic, super generic wall that is going to be hopefully setting us up for success. Let's have a look. This one looks like the right one. So we're going to go with that, and then we're going to change the material that's on here. So at the moment it's this wallpaper. I actually want this plaster, so we're going to go with that. There's a couple of different plaster materials. That one's 2 tiled. That one's got some wear to it. What else have we got here? Sort of dark material. We'll go with this first one. I think this is reasonable. Okay, so let's get a bunch of these down. This is just going to be the base room, if you like. And in fact, I think I've done it too big. I think I'm going to go for this size. Just 3 by 3 to start with. Hopefully that'll be enough space. I'm now no longer actually on that grid, which is not shame on me, I suppose. Okay, so jumping into this, let's drag this over. Let's just control click and drag these around. Okay, so next up we're going to need walls. We're also going to need pillars, because it's going to look really bare without pillars. So let's go to meshes again and just type in pillar, and hopefully that comes up with something. Nope, let's go to building, and then we'll search by static mesh, and we'll just take a look down. I think it's, there's a corner here. Just grab one of those. That's actually too far in the corner, so that's not going to work for us. Let's go and grab, this in corner here. Can I just scale it up to give me what I need? What else have we got? We've got the in corner there. There's a lot of asset, but I'm not getting what I need. Interior. Got that in corner again. That's interesting. So, oh, it is in building, so that's, I suppose that's reasonable. Got a bunch of props that we're going to be able to play with in a little bit. So that's going to be cool. Bunch of wooden posts. Okay, so it looks like we're going to have to use this wooden pillar here, I think. Or we could take the snapping off and just do this manually. So, well, let's go to 50 units and just try and bring this in by 1 unit. That's not worked for us, so let's go by 10. We just need something that sits in the corner to sort of separate out the house a little bit. Let's bring that over again. One more. Okay, let's put all of these across the room. You can actually hold Alt and Shift to move with the asset when you're doing level building like this. So we got these assets in now. That's looking great. That's not looking too great there. Let's get rid of these center ones. What I would usually do is actually build this through like a, what do you call a PCG tool, procedural content generation tool, but not today. Okay, so we've got that started. Let's get a roof. Let's get a roof in here. Might call it ceiling, or they might call it roof. Well, they probably call it roof, but really what I want is technically what I want is a floor that is above me. So we're going to go for a floor that's above me. So let's do, let's turn our snapping back up to 100. Just bring that up. Let's make sure we save quickly. Let's make a new content folder and we'll call this new folder building, housing, I don't know. I like to put an underscore on the things that I'm actually building and everything else is asset packs. And then we're going to color this. So we're going to go in here. Oh, actually we're going to have to do this through the other content browser. Let's just save this first. Level underscore demo. Let's jump in here and find our housing and just color this. Set color, new color. Let's go World of Warcraft Midnight Purple. So that's cool. I managed to not actually alt drag and duplicate these. So alt drag, there we go. Okay. Oh, and it's already got the ceiling on there, so that's looking good. Now if we go into the, we're in lit right now. When we go into game mode, we can't see anything. If we hold L and click, we actually get a light, which is great. However, well, now I can't even click that light. I managed to put it directly into the wall. And this light is very Unreal, right? It's very Unreal Engine. So what I might do is actually get rid of that light and go and add a skylight. Sky, please. Let's add a skylight to the scene. Here. Go into the details of this, change this to a specified cube map, and change the cube map to just a flat color. And then we have this look. Now this is built in a project where I've actually disabled all of the anti-aliasing because I'm doing like a really stylized project with like PlayStation graphics. So when you get far away like this, you end up starting to get these artifacts on the lighting, which is a bit of a shame. Stick a light in here and hopefully that fixes it up a little bit. Maybe we can get this to be temperature based and then just warm that temperature up a smidge. Maybe increase the attenuation. And it does just look like we're lighting the room really awkwardly. Let's take the snapping off for a second and just get this somewhere reasonable. Well, that's going to have to do for now. Let's hit play. See where we're at. Oh yeah, I've got 2 clients. I need to stop that. One sec. So we'll go here, standalone mode. Okay, so when we're in the room, this is what we're going to see by default. So we need a character that actually moves around. So let's go and create a character for ourselves. Over in our housing project, let's create a new favorite here, housing. Let's turn off the static mesh. So we got this. Let's make a core folder. And in this core, let's add a game mode. And this game mode is going to hold our character. So it's going to hold our character, a player controller, a HUD, all the kind of elements that we're going to need to build out this prototype. So we'll call this GM_housing. And in here, we're going to need a new default pawn class. So we'll hit add on here. Actually, no, we won't. We'll come here and we'll right click in our root folder and we'll call this character. And in our character folder, we'll create a new blueprint character class. We'll call this BP car underscore housing demo, I guess. Why not? And in this character, this is what we're gonna start doing the character basically. Let's get it hooked into our game mode first. So let's put the character class in here. So we have our character in there. Let's make sure that we've also got our HUD and a player controller set up. So let's go and create a HUD, BP HUD Yeah, just a regular HUD class, please. BP underscore HUD underscore housing. Let's get that placed in our HUD class, and let's make ourselves a player controller as well, because we're probably going to need one. BP player controller housing. Let's put that in our player controller slot, and we should have most of what we need for the game mode. Let's get that game mode set up in our level. So let's go Window, World Settings, and then in the game mode override, we're going to pick our housing here. And now, if we go into our character and we actually change a couple of things in our character. Firstly, we're going to need a spring arm. The spring arm is going to control our camera. Let's add a camera to the spring arm. Stick a camera on there. Let's bring this up. And, I mean, ideally we would tilt it a little bit. But I think because we're going to use what's called the control rotation of the character, that's not going to matter anyway. Alright, so what we can do to test this real quick, just to see if we've got our character, is set our capsule to not be hidden in game, and then just hit play. So we can see our capsule, we don't have any controls. So let's just leave that there for a second. You can see the capsule. If I move ahead, the spring arm actually moves out a little bit. I actually feel really big in comparison to my environment right now, and so I might need to double the size of the environment, but we'll let's get some things started. So character camera controls, I need to turn my microphone down a little bit, it seems to be peaking. So character camera controls, we'll need to start off at least with a character. So let's go and grab the character that we want to use. So in the enhance packs, I do have a character. I'm pretty sure I imported it. Stylized character, meshes, character, human, male. This is a different one. It's not the one I want. It's not the one I want. It's called something else. Let's just have a look through. Spell icons, RPG portraits, craft icons, materials, interface firefighting, apparently, for some reason. Characters, maybe? No. Casual game sounds, action RPG stuff, activation sound pack. Why don't I have the one that I'm looking for? It's called the Footman. Let's try and type in Footman. There is a Footman. There are icons for those Footmen, so let's just open these. These are the Footmen that we have. Oh, maybe not. These are just the portraits for the Footmen. Great. SK Footman. Maybe not. Let's go and take a look in. I wonder if it's in stylized character. Meshes, item, equipment, belt. It's just the normal belt, so it's not in there. Let's go and check if we actually added it. So let's go to our fab here. Let's just click on here and then type in Footman. Footman in library. Add this to my project, please. Downloading stylized Footman outfit. Okay, so that's 64, 71, 77, let's go. Okay, it's imported, it's told me where it is, it's in stylized character. It is somewhere in stylized character, I just don't know where exactly. So I'm hoping it's in meshes. We've got human male, base customization, facial hair, character human male base. These are the base assets, that's fine. We've got character work. No, I don't care about the other characters. Meshes, character, human, male, customization, facial and hair. No. Okay, let's go back to stylized characters. Find out. We've got rigs, materials, maps. Maybe in the demo, character, human, male. Human male peasant, human male demo. Let's have a look at this. So save my demo level quickly. And I want to see how this footman is set up. So we've got the base male here, which you can buy actually separately, which is interesting. And now I actually have the entire character, which is annoying. And then we've got this guy. So this is going to be, it's basically going to be our character. Let's see how they've set up their character here. And I'm going to basically have opinions, probably. Let's have a look. No, they've done the correct thing here. So they've got the leader pose component. That's awesome. What kind of animation blueprint have they got on this character here? Let's go take a look. Because if they've set their one up for us, then we don't really need to do anything. It's going to be awesome. Got jump start, idle jump, end jump loop. I would like to probably set this up myself, to be honest. Let's have a look. So if you're falling, you're in the air and you're doing that. Otherwise, you're not. I would like to... Let's just hit play. I don't have any inputs because we're missing something. So in that character, when we looked, it said here input axes. I don't have input axes. I have input movement components. So let's go and build ourselves an input movement component real quick. Or I could save us all the pain and effort and just use an existing one that I've built. Here's one I built earlier kind of deal, and I'll show you through it real quick. I think it's in... Well, let's just have a look. We've got IMC underscore default. I don't really want to have to build it again. We've got one in my gameplay ability system, and we've got one in Bleak. So what we've done is we've created all of our input actions. I do this on so many streams, I don't really want to have to do it again. It saves us a little bit of time. We've got some attacks, the escape key, jump, looking around, moving, sprinting, and then we have an input movement component that actually defines all of those. And then in the look here, we've got the 2D axes, and we've got all of these different setups here for gamepad as well. And that's for like jump is on the space bar, sprint is on this key, this is the attack key. All we really need at the moment for this demo is look and move, and then we'll work on it from there. And so just to get this guy to work real quick, on event begin play, let's just get the enhanced input subsystem for the local player. Enhanced local player here, and then just add a context. And we'll just add that IMC underscore default from my Bleak project, which was a play on the word peak. Okay, so that's going to get added, and then I'm just going to have IA underscore move, and I'm going to have IA underscore look. The rest of the inputs for now, we're just going to ignore. Input axis up and down, adds controller input. Yeah, so here what we do is we break the look, and we do yaw, pitch and yaw for our character control pitch. So we have X for yaw and Y for pitch. This might be inverted, so we'll have to investigate. Let's just move this out of the way, bring this up here. I'm not worried about organizing my blueprints right now, I will do that later. Input axis, left and right, add your input based on the turn rate. Let's take all of this logic and just bring this over here. And again, we'll break this input axis. X is interesting that we're doing it this way, but we'll see how it feels in a moment. And then we've got Y here. Add controller pitch, input Y. What? Sorry, I've done something wrong here. Input axis turn. Input axis look up. Input axis look up, down, mouse. Oh, so this is actually the gamepad camera. Yeah, I wasn't even reading. Yeah, add movement input. That's what we want. We want these two. I don't want to keep this here. Okay, so when this is being triggered, we will do both of these actions. We will break the axis here, and we will use the scale of X, and in this case we're using the control rotation as yaw, creating a forward. I actually don't understand what is going on with this yaw here. I might have to recode this. Let's just hit play. I'm getting no access none on the player input system, so let's just be cheeky and boring and do this. We're still not getting an input component. Get local player subsystem just not working there, so let's do just possessed. I think it's going to be the simplest. Still not going to give me an input system. Get local player subsystem. Add mapping context was invalid. Let's get input subsystem enhanced from get player controller 0. I think you have to cast this. No, you're good here. Okay. So let's use this. Let's try this. No, are we still getting an error? This is ridiculous. Access none, trying to read the property from the get local player subsystem for the controller to add the input mapping. Let's try this a different way. Let's take all of this away. Just plug this in here. And let's go and check in the window world settings. We don't have a game mode right now, so we're going to use the game mode for housing. And then in that game mode, in the player controller, the event graph, we're just going to begin play here. We're just going to use self as a reference. And we'll just add that input mapping context, and hopefully that will be fine, since that's the target. And in our game mode here, we're just going to control B on this character, and we're going to put this as our default character here. Just for 2 seconds. Not going to let me do that. Where's that? It's a blueprint, character blueprint. There we go. And then let's get a player start in this scene. Just put it over here. Let's make sure on the details here that we're not possessing this character. So you can see here we're set to 0. Okay, and so now we aren't getting a log error, at least. We hit play, we are fine, we're just not able to move. So that's fine. Let's go take a look in here. Just put a breakpoint on these. Actually, just not getting any inputs from this. Let's query why that might be. Let's go to the class defaults. See, I'm almost at the point where I'm like, that's a little bit sus. Let's just go and start doing this ourselves. So I'm going to cut all of this logic from here and put it into our character event graph. Like we were doing, trust in the process, do it yourself. And then I can actually configure these the way I want. So I'm just going to ignore everything that's in here. I'm just going to start coding this. So let's go back to our game mode and then let's put our housing demo character in here. We'll just hit play. Moving my mouse doesn't do anything. Let's check if it's even printing. So let's hit an F9 on here. Let's stick a print on here. Hey, do you do freelance work? I absolutely do. And in fact, the company that I work for, that is the channel that I'm streaming on right now, even though this is a personal project in my own time. The company that I work for is an outsourcing studio. This is what we do on the daily. IA move should not be on mouse WASD. Yeah, it is. So in the IMC here, we've got the look on the mouse 2D axis and the IA move on the WSAD, and these are set up with their swizzles and their negates, right? So in their modifiers, we've got all of our negates and swizzles in for our IA move here, and then our IA lookup here. And then in my character here, we've got the move. We're not doing anything. Yeah, you're right. I was actually testing the wrong axis. So let's test the look axis here. Let's not test the move axis. Moving my mouse. Yeah, this is not doing anything today. This is rather interesting. This doesn't usually happen. But yes, Trevor, UX is fine, has a talent pool, and we outsource UI, UX, implementation, art, MoGraph, just everything you could think of, really, to be honest. UX research, anything UI, UX related, or game implementation and prototyping is something that we do here. And we've got like 100 videos on the channel that show a whole bunch of those sorts of things. And more to come, so please do subscribe. Like and subscribe. We're not having a very good start here. We're 30 minutes in and I can't seem to get the IA look and the IA move to actually respond, and I have an actual... I've done this so many times, I am now going to go and rename these. Right, I'm calling the wrong one. I have two of them in my project. I have one for my primer, which is a plugin that I built and is on the Fab store for my gameplay ability system character. And yeah, so this IMC uses primer move. The other IMC that we're looking at does not. I've been calling the events for the wrong one. So we could go back to this character, but we're not going to. We're actually going to just take, wow, a hell of a lot of options here. We're going to go and dump that into our own character somehow, hopefully. Don't know if that's actually going to work. Yeah, the problem with this is that these are probably all bolted to stuff. Let's give it a go. Let's jump over to our character, look at our mesh here, and we'll just drop in all of our assets. Oh, it's already not looking great. Well, firstly, it didn't actually attach to the mesh, so that's the first problem. Yeah, so this isn't working great, sadly. If I copy everything, maybe I can get some mileage out of this. No, and none of it has names either, so that's even worse. Let's copy the footman. This gets really annoying. I want this footman, or this footman, to be honest. Either or, really. Are they all copies? They are all copies, yeah, fair enough. Okay, so we're going to copy this one, and we're going to go and put this into our folder. I think we're just going to start from there, because it's going to be a little bit quicker than setting up all the names, because we can't just copy and paste them. So we're actually going to copy this over to our housing folder, into our character, and then we're just going to go rename it. Okay, so we got here, we got BP character underscore housing, sure. And then asset actions here. Asset actions, replace references of our one with this one. Delete that. Now when we go and look in here, we go to the viewport, we've got our character. He's a little bit chunky. It's pretty cool. We've got a camera, which is what we wanted, on a camera beam. I want to raise that up a little bit. And then we've got all these input issues, right? So let's delete all the inputs. Let's move all of this logic here into the construction script, into a function that's just called init leader pose component by right-clicking on this collapse to function, init leader pose. And then I've got my grid actually colored so I can see where the core of the graph is. Trevor, cool. I see your streams, past streams, and I love your work. Very solid, pretty work. Thank you. What is your Fab Seller ID? It's Blueprint Primers. What in the cocaine is going on? Yeah, I don't know. My UI is like flickering like crazy, right? Okay. I just need to check one thing on my other monitor quickly. All right, yeah. So we've got the init leader pose component. We've got this cool character here. We've got a camera that's flicking off the back here. So this should start working as soon as we hit play. But the GA jump is broken because we can't async wait for a missing function for a task stop when ability ends. That's a shame. Where is this? GA jump here? What would this be? Wait release? Probably? No, this is the wait release. I wonder what this was, because it's gone now. And I don't have revision control. I am just going to disable it because I don't need the jump. I mean, it comes from my plugin, so I've broken something and my plugin project still has that working, so I don't need to worry right now. Hit play. I don't have a character. Let's go. It's going swimmingly. So much better than I was expecting. character, housing, character, mesh, and everything involved. Looking good. Save this. Go here. We've got our character. We hit play. We press F8 to see what's going on. We press the show collision. We do have a character. So why is he not visible? He's not hidden in game. This is not hidden in game. Well, this is it. The rendering of this is hidden in game, but the rest shouldn't be. Our main character has an animation blueprint. And inside this animation blueprint, we're just getting the character and we're just running the animations. And we can see that those animations are working in the character, because we can see him just bobbing back and forth there. Let's not call the construction script on the... It's very interesting what's going on here. Have I not got it set up as my... If I just hit play here, I'm just flying around as a regular camera. If I then go and set this to housing and hit play, whoops, and hit play, I don't have a character. Why do I not have a character? Why is Unreal Engine letting me down today? Seems like you're longer into UE than I, but maybe it helps. Game mode needs correct player controller, and mapping inside this player controller to test the input itself. You could call the IA look inside the player controller. Absolutely. Once I can see my character, we'll go there. We'll get to that stage next. When I can see my character, which for God knows what reason is just bloody invisible for some. Because of course he's invisible. Let's get rid of the... So we're just doing debugging now. Let's go through all the steps. Let's take the animation off. Maybe it's the animation. Let's hit play. Nope. Let's go back to our demo level. Maybe it's this level that's the problem. Let's save our character, but neither of those characters. We don't want to save those. Let's hit play in this level. Let's make sure that our capsule is not hidden, so we can see that we're actually spawning the character that we want. There's the capsule. We definitely have the capsule. Let's go to the camera boom here and double check some of the properties. So it's all looking fine. We have two sets of characters in here. So just... find it interesting that some of these elements are not following and some of them are. Close this guy down. Let's go to our housing. Let's make sure our character is our character housing. In our viewport, we have this character. Our mesh character has the ABP underscore HU. We've got two here. Stylized character. I presume it's that one. Was it the other one? HU underscore M. There's a couple. Let's go take a look around. Stylized character here. Tell you what, let's go and open up the Footman BP. Just double check what he was using. Oh, that's the dwarf. Well, that's no good. We don't want the dwarf. No dwarf. Human male. This guy. Yeah, why even... I don't know if you just saw that, but why even is this guy messed up now as well? I find that bizarre. I must have pressed something. Asset actions reload. So he's back. That's bizarre. Let's do another test. Different test. Maybe the right click in your folder in content browser and refresh references. Oh, I've never tried that. Right click refresh references. I've done it in the blueprint graph, but never in a folder graph before. Yeah, I don't see the option, so maybe an old version. I work in 5.4. Just a bit crazy, I guess. Save this. Asset actions reload. So now he looks fine. Oh, you were right. it was an asset action reload on this guy, similar to what I just did in the other folder to get the thumbnail to work. So now, if I click on here, I don't want current camera location, so I need a player start. Let's get a player start in here. It's bad size. Okay, let's just move it. Let's make sure that we're playing at the default player start. Now we have a guy. Okay. Thank you for the tip. It was a right-click refresh. I was there. I was right there. I had already started right-click refreshing assets before I realized you mentioned that. Update redirector references. Yeah, that's for when you change the name of a file. But, I mean, it's worth a shout, right? There are a couple. So, let's get those cleaned up. In fact, what I do like to do pretty much in every project is go and get those other filters and actually turn on those redirectors. Okay, so now we're 41 minutes in and we finally have a character. Let's get our inputs working. So the way I like to do this, create an input graph. Got a new input graph here. Let's go IA_move and IA_look. And from here, we're going to do our control rotations. So let's set the control rotation. Actually, let's set, I think it's just set yaw. Add yaw. Add controller yaw and add pitch. We'll break these axes here. Get our X for our yaw. And Y for our pitch. Let's just get that one checked. Yep, so that's good. Let's multiply this by -1. It's inverted for me. I'm not going to go for any UX affordances on doing a settings UI, but yeah. Got our character. Next up, we've got movement. So let's go movement input. Add movement input. The way that we want to do the input for this character, if we were to go and look at the reference media, the character moves in the direction of their own forward, and you can move the camera around with your mouse button, which means that this is purely going to be the active forward axis, and this is going to be the scale. And then our move left and right is interesting, because as soon as we move left, we're moving left technically based off of our last movement direction. I think we could use the cameras vector maybe. So let's get the forward vector of this, multiply the X and Y by 1 to get the major direction that we're looking in. Normalize it so we're back in a one length vector, and use the right vector. Wait, how do we do this? We want to get the right vector here. So yeah, let's actually get the right vector and do exactly the same math. We just don't want the pitch involved. We just want the right vector. And we'll use that as our world direction for our Y. So now we move left and right, and our yeah, so as I expected. So it's got to be based off your forward here. It's got to be based off the forward. So let's use the forward vector of the camera here. Just get rid of this active forward. Okay, so now we've got our character moving around. That was fairly simple. The only thing that we need to do now, because we don't want that to behave that way until we're actually pressing with the mouse, we need to get our mouse actually drawn on screen. We do that through the player controller. And the thing I'm thinking is to try and really get that World of Warcraft vibe, where you've got your mouse moving around on screen with a little hand icon. In which case, I'm actually going to need a hand icon. searching Google for 64 by 64 pixel art. I'll get my Photoshop open so I can do some edits. Okay, let me get back to the chat here. It's a speed challenge? Yes, it's a speed challenge. I'm doing it in the next 6 hours. We are doing it. And that's why I'm going so fast. And we're 45 minutes in. We're still on character camera controls. We're going to try and get the character camera controls done as soon as possible because the meat of this is going to be the actual housing creation. And so if you weren't here from the start, I was looking at, I think I need to just back up here, but I was looking at this housing system that WarCraft did. And I really enjoyed it. I think the UX behind this was just absolute gold standard, and it reminded me of other systems, not adverts, but systems in like V Rising, in like Valheim, which apparently we're not allowed to watch because we have to watch this advert. So we're just going to watch this advert about banking, and then we're going to watch an advert about cars. So I'll just put that on my other screen. So the idea is that we're going to speed run this with speed dev. 6 hours, 8 hours, who knows, 12 hours. I might be up until 4 a.m. in the morning, but I'm going to get it done in one sitting. That is the mission. Yeah, the Valheim building was super awesome. Someone in chat earlier mentioned as well that the Valheim was so much fun. In fact, when Valheim first came out, I remember just being like, oh, you know, what is this? It looks kind of jank. But man, like after like half an hour and then an hour and then a day and then weeks went by, and I was just so in that world. And that art style, the bloom and the sort of like the depth of field, just the weather systems that happen, like the fog, the way they did the fog, just everything in that world, just running around doing these little things, getting these little experience points towards different actions that you do. It just all felt so consistent, fluid. Just there was some juice to it, right? There was some real nice juice to that game, and simple, effective. I remember saying, because I played it with a bunch of game dev friends, I was like, this is like every one of this you've ever played, but just done as you expect across the board with a really nice graphic overlay. So at first I was like, it's not really adding anything to the thing, like it's just basic combat, and like then you get into the building, and then you get into like this big open world, and then you're on boats and all these things. It just grows and grows. It really grew on me. It was a really, really wild game to be around when this came out and playing. I loved it. And World of Warcraft, never really played it like 8 years ago. Played it, what was it? I don't even know what version it was at the time. No idea what the story was at the time. Probably Cataclysm, maybe. And played it to like level 18. Actually, I played it on Classic, I think. I didn't get very far anyway. So, yeah, fast forward to 2026 and this comes out. I was like, I've just been wanting to play Warcraft for a bit, I guess. Just turn my brain off after work, because it's dead simple gameplay, right? It's like click and shoot, and if you're not doing raids, it's just click and shoot. And on retail, it's dead easy to play as well. So, and now with this housing thing, it's just got this cozy vibe to it as well, where it's like they've taken notes from some of these games that came out recently. Like there was that pixel art like unboxing game, and you open a box and then you just put stuff around your house. Like this has that vibe. Yeah, I mean, it's just a popular thing. Like Sims has done it for years. Anyway, now that the adverts have finished, actually, yeah, we were looking at Valheim a little bit. Pretty cool game. And then V Rising was really good for building as well. Anyway, so with that 5-minute detour out of the way, let's get back to building. Frostburnt says, this is making me think of Warframe, but medieval. For the house building. I've never played Warframe house building. Didn't realize it had house building. Let's take a gander. Warframe house building? Didn't know you could do that in Warframe. Oh wow. Yeah, would you? I just need to buy YouTube, apparently. I just need to subscribe to another service. Alright, my coffee is going to be adequately cold. Alright, so bringing the Warframe video back over here, let's take a look. Let's just fast forward a little bit. Blah, 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 blah. Right. Edit decoration, move the decorations around. Yeah, we're making this. We're making super dead simple system. We've just got to get stuff going. We've just got to get cracking. Alright. So the mouse cursor, that's kind of the first thing. I want to control this in a way that I'm not fighting it for the next 6 hours. So I need to do it in a way that it stacks nicely, because we're going to be opening and closing menus. We're going to be switching between the mouse being on and off a lot. I would like to use common UI, hopefully, to handle that. I do have a plugin, an unreleased plugin, that I'm going to test. And it's just called add HUD something, primer common HUD. Yeah, okay, so in primer common HUD you have a base menu. I'm just going to go and look at it. The way that this works is you just define tags in here, and then you just request a screen. It just goes into the right slot on a stacker. So you can have prompts and you can have main stacks. This is very much based on the Unreal 2-hour tutorial into common UI, but it's just cleaned up a bit and it's a little bit neater with the gameplay tags. So we're gonna use this. We've got a main stack, and the concept is, because it's a stack, you can say I'm going from this state where it's just my regular HUD to the next state, and that state can handle all the mouse. Is it shown? Is it this? Is it that? Is the player controller moving in a certain way? When that screen gets activated, will control how my character behaves in that moment. And so, for example, like clicking down and dragging is going to turn my view, unless I'm in the state where I'm actually dropping an actor in the world, where clicking and dragging doesn't do anything until I let go, and then it drops the actor. So I'm going to use this common UI system to help me manage those events. Someone just subscribed. Thank you for subscribing. I missed the name because I don't have any tools to tell me who it is, but welcome. I'm Ren. I'm a technical designer at UX is Fine. I've been using Unreal for over 10 years. UX is Fine is a company that does UI, UX, research, graphics, MoGraph, implementation, Unreal Engine, Unity, Godot, you name it. We have this huge pool of talent that we surround ourselves with, and that we work on independent games, AAA games, more commonly AAA games, more recently AAA, since I've sort of like jumped in. I'm very indie focused, and a lot of AAA work. I've been working on some cool AAA stuff. But anyway, very cool company. Go check out the website. It should be linked in the description below. If you're on YouTube, the subscription was obviously from Twitch, because that's the only notification that works. Frostburn, it's not really house building, but the clan areas and the dojos in your ship can place stuff. Some people make crazy things. Yeah, I bet they do. I bet it's super duper awesome. I love seeing people just go absolutely ham with, like, you know, I built a battleship. I built, I don't know, it would be like the ship from Star Wars or something, right? Where I built like an absolutely epic gothic castle. Yeah, I love all these base building games. It's so full of creativity. Right. So back to the UI stuff. We're on character camera controls. We got our character looking around. We got him moving around. But we're currently in like third-person game mode. We're not in sort of the World of Warcraft inspired mouse control mode where we're going to need an actual mouse control. So let me go and see if I found any resources for a hand pointer, and I'm just going to go and try and get that into the game. So let's just go in here. Actually, let's search again because it's not PNG. Okay, so let's get our mouse cursor working at least. So we're going to use the primer base menu. I don't think we need to make our own base menu, but hey ho, we may as well. Let's go do it. Let's go into housing here, and we'll just go new folder UI, and let's open up this. We're just going to copy this over to our new UI folder. Copy, and we're just going to call this W_housing base menu. So this is our housing base menu now, and we can check that that's actually the case by just adding a little thing to the top left, a little bit of padding, clean up the font a little bit. Let's not use bold, let's just use regular. We'll just call this housing demo. And then I do have a mouse pointer, I just need to go fix it because it's the wrong shape. And I'll get that mouse pointer in a moment. So we've got the housing demo here. In our HUD, where we've got that primer HUD component, so yeah, coming to a store near you, the Z order of this, just 0 is fine. We're going to use the housing base menu. And then what we can do from here in our UI is we can add a new user interface widget blueprint that's a common activatable widget. We'll just call this W_housing_default HUD, we'll call it. And in this one, we'll have an overlay. And we'll also just have another text. This is just helping us know what we're doing. We're just going to call this main HUD. So that should show on screen when we've got the main HUD up. As well as housing demo, because that's just telling us that we're in the right screen. In this common activatable widget, what we want to do is say that it does not support activation focus, meaning that it's not going to consume our mouse, that we're still going to be able to do gameplay inputs. We don't really need to worry about the input mapping because we're adding that somewhere else. It's not focusable. Its tick frequency is just never. It doesn't need to tick. Over in our graph now, what we can do is override the desired input config, and we can just make an input config where our input mode is game. Technically, well, it's game and UI because you're able to click on things. Our mouse capture mode is capture permanently. Our mouse lock mode is lock always, and we do not hide the cursor during mouse capture. So let's see how that goes. What we need to do in our HUD is, I believe there's an event for when this is initialized, base menu created here. And what we can do is just request screen, add screen. I can't remember. I need to go take a look at my other projects. One sec. Core HUD push screen to stack. That's the one. Push screen to stack. So we're going to push our and then we need to start. Oh no, because we've already got these, so we actually already know this. So it's UI stack. I just think it's called menu. I don't think I changed it. Let's have a look here. We want on the main stack here. It's just stack menu, which is a dumb name for that stack. I wish I could just change that, but never mind. So we're going to push it to the stack. The widget that we're going to push is our housing UI HUD default. That goes in there. What we can do from here as well is we can create a custom event where we say on widget pushed, for example, or we could be more specific. It's just like on main widget pushed, and then you could cast this technically to our HUD. I think we called it housing default HUD, and we could do stuff if we needed to. The good thing is we don't need to, as far as I know. So now, as soon as I click, I lose my mouse, which is awesome. But we do see that we've got the housing demo on the top left, so it's drawing our main HUD. We've got our main HUD on the top right, which means it's drawing that particular layer. And what you can do with this plugin, or what we will be doing, is after 6 seconds, we're going to push a different screen to the same stack. This is a test. So it's just going to be a test. Test. So we'll put the test in here. Oh, I didn't actually call it test because I'm smart. Just go like that. And then we can, I'm guessing, pop screen from stack? No, remove screen from stack. From stack. Remove widget from stack. Yes. Remove stack. It has to be the widget reference, so that's annoying. Custom event here, and we're just going to use this widget. So what should happen is the top right will just change to test. 5 seconds is way too long for a test. It makes me wonder if it's actually going to work, but then it's going to remove that widget from the stack eventually and go back to the main head. I think I set it to like 6 seconds, which is ridiculous. Also, that widget reference probably doesn't work yet because it's not been cached, so let's cache this. This is just a test, so I'm just going to call it widget for now, but just showing off a little menu stacking system. Let's just do 1 second at a time because it's ridiculous otherwise. Main head, test, and then please go back to main head. It would be wonderful if you just went back to the main head. Do I need to define the... Oh, I do need to define the tag. I don't think you even need to define the widget. Main menu head, test. I should fix this. I'm just going to put a little to-do in here. To-do. If null ref, remove top. Because I don't want to have to do that. Main head, test, back to main head. So the concept there is when I press a setting keybind, I'm going to push a screen. And that's going to be like a slide out panel of all my options. And then I'm going to be in that mode until I do some sort of action, close that window, whatever it's going to be, press the escape button. And then it's going to remove that widget from the stack, and we're going to go back to our main HUD and our main HUD controls. So that is kind of where we're going today with the HUD setup. So that's going to be cool. I do need to fix the inputs. A widget switcher is good. It does do some solid things. I used to build all my UI with widget switchers, and what I've come to learn after working on a lot of projects is that there's more nuance and control and longevity to using widget stacks in common UI than there is to using a widget switcher. Widget switcher is great in some cases. Don't get me wrong, I use them a bunch for a bunch of things, but for this widget screen stack system, I want to be able to define multiple stacks where a widget will live and only a widget active in that slot. A widget switcher will do pretty much exactly the same thing, to be honest, but it doesn't have a push pop stack to it. It's just like a bunch of widgets preset in there. And the concept is that rather than having hard references inside my widget switcher and laying them out in an order and switching and doing all the logic of like input numbers and or activate by widget and all this sort of stuff, I have a stack that I know what's on top. I can add loads of different elements to that main HUD, right? I could say there's a widget stack that only exists at the top here. There's a widget stack that only exists on the right. At the moment, the stack is like full screen, but imagine if you had a stack that was in a size box that was exclusively wrapped to this side of the screen and it's responsible for something. And you could call that a UI stack and just, you know, you could call it whatever you want. Let's say it's a notification or an objective system. And the really cool thing about that is because it's driven by tags and because you can just from anywhere push a thing to a tag stack, A, you can track it really easily, and B, it's just like a lot more level of control. And you don't have to set everything up like visibly in here. You can still do that if you want, but I haven't used this system enough to know the pros and cons of it and a widget stack, widget switcher, and if I want to go for widget switches as an accompanying thing. But absolutely, you're right. Widget switches are the way I used to build all my UIs in the games that I've built. So if you've seen Starship Troopers Extermination, I built all the UI for that game. A lot of that is built off widget switches. In fact, the entire main menu is a widget switcher, and it just switches between the screens. And that was really awesome because everyone who was working on it could just go to the main screen, see all the options, and then like go and look at the screen they want to edit, click on it, edit it, and they can see it like in their viewports. What you see is what you get. Yeah, in this design, in this system, this way that I'm doing this common UI thing, there is no what you see is what you get. It's like it's all data driven sort of like setup, right? So pros and cons. The pros of the widget switcher, you get to see everything, and the pros of the common stack, I don't know what the full pros are yet, to be honest. I just built it because I was like, this is decoupled. I want it to be decoupled. I want it to be really easy to push a screen without having to cast and find a menu. I don't want to put all of my business logic in my menu, like in my HUD. I don't want to have to open the HUD every time to add a new screen. I was working, that's it. That's where this idea came from. I was working on a project called Winterreach Emporium. They had a lot of screens. It was a shop simulation game. And in that game, every time you wanted to add a new screen because you had a new button that you want to make, and that button opens up like an order log or a staff log or a research bench or this, that, and the other, a lot of screens. I was just constantly doing the same process. I was like, go into this blueprint, create a widget reference, create the function to create the thing, do all these things. And which I was in the project too late to have maybe done it through a widget switcher and just put it all in one widget. But then you make this monolithic widget, right? So it's all just decisions and pathways. In a game that I'm going to build that has like an absolute butt ton of menus, I want to try this system where I'm using stacks and emptiness and decoupledness, and then I can push and pop, like we showed with this system here, like push a screen to a tagged stack. There's only ever going to be one there. Say I open the objectives, I could choose to push it to whichever stack I need to push it to say that this is the only thing on screen, or I can push it to its own stack and be like, these are all stacks and they're all individual. Maybe they can even be dragged with the menu bars and things like that. And then eventually I want to do stuff like customized HUD. I played Ashes of Creation over the winter break, and it had these really cool like draggable windows and stuff. I actually made a plugin where you could drag the entire window over to your other monitor. That's also on the Fab Marketplace. There's like dual monitor windows in Unreal. But that's kind of where I'm leading. I want to build an MMO. I want to do the thing that you see on Reddit every time a budding developer comes up and says, I want to make an MMO. I don't actually want to build an MMO. I want to build all the systems for UI for an MMO. So I'm just slowly doing that in my spare time outside of work. You just happen to be seeing me on stream because I like my job, I like my company, I really love what we do here, I really love UI, and I do have my own channel, but yeah, I like it here. It's been a while since I streamed, so we're going to do a game jam. We're going to build this UI. For anyone who's joining late and is listening to me ramble, I'd like to draw your attention to the WoW housing update for World of Warcraft Midnight. We're not sponsored by these guys, by the way. I just loved it. I think it was an absolute gold standard masterclass in UX, and it just feels great to play. And I was just utterly inspired to go and make it. And I'm an hour in, and I'm barely making it because I'm talking too much. Also inspired by Valheim, also inspired by V Rising. Also just took a look at recommendation from chat, which was around Warframe. Anyway, let's find out why our mouse is not staying on screen. So at the beginning, we're looking at the screen. As soon as I click, I'm just in game mode. It just immediately goes to game mode. What we might need to do in our default UI, in our overlay, is possibly just make it visible, and then it consumes the click. Nope. Another option that we have, which goes against the concept that I was trying to go for here. You were supposed to be the chosen one, desired input config. Now I'm going to have to start managing when these screens get activated, event activated. Let's just do a quick print string, sorry. Yeah, so we get a hello there. I'm going to have to start getting the owning player and actually managing. But at least I've got like some sort of stack-based logic here, because I'm going to set the show mouse cursor to true here. And we'll see how that works. Yep, so we've got our mouse now. We can move our mouse around the screen. That means we can click on anything we want. When we click, we can actually drag. And one thing that I would like to do is hide that mouse when we're dragging, and maybe keep it where it was. So whilst we're dragging on the screen, whilst our mouse is down, we need to hide it. And then when we let go, we need to return it to wherever that last position was. And in order to do that and not have it in every individual widget, we're going to create a component to manage that particular element of gameplay. And we'll do that in our HUD. So let's go make a blueprint class actor component. We'll just call this BP mouse lock component. And then we'll need a little function in here just called lock mouse. Yeah, lock mouse, sure. It's actually going to hide our mouse as well, so we'll call this mouse, just lock, and then set show. This is going to be a really bad idea. Get player. This is only single player. It's the HUD, so it's local single player. In this case, we are making a co-op game, but in this case, it's the HUD. It's definitely on the local player. Player 0 is definitely me. Set show mouse cursor to. If we're locked, we need a not here because we're not going to show it. We'll just see if that does anything and breaks anything first. So we'll compile that. We'll put that onto our HUD class here. Lock mouse component. Yep. And then we're going to need to start a blueprint function library because I don't want to have to get references to everything all the time. We could use gameplay events as well, but let's just make a function library. BPFL underscore UI underscore housing. I mean, I may as well just call it BPFL underscore housing because there's going to be more, right? So I'm just going to put this. Yeah, it can stay in core. That's good. Okay, so set lock mouse, and then that's just going to say get player controller 0. It's going to get the HUD. Our music has stopped. Let's go fix that. We're currently listening to Dusk. It is a playlist that is free to listen to. It's a very cool playlist. We're going to listen to this track next. But yeah, Dusk. Sort of like 2000s era drum and bass inspired. Okay, get component by class. I don't like to cast. I don't like to cast to the HUD and get it. I want this to just work. So we'll just get the component by the class. It's the lock mouse component. And then we're going to set the lock. Should have had an input. Oh, calling set lock on it. Okay. Lock mouse. There we go. Just plug this in over here. What I like about these variables is that we can actually just pull them off and not have wires everywhere. Just keep it clean. I'll put this underneath in this case. Okay, I'm actually going to increase the editor scaling as well because I realize I'm going to be on stream for a long time. So if anyone's actually watching, they're probably going to want to see what I'm doing. Okay, so we've got 1.2 scale now. We can see this a little bit more. Okay, quick drink. So lock mouse, lock the mouse, lock the mouse. Okay, so the concept here is when we click, we will lock the mouse. I think you can do an event mouse down. Event mouse. I might need to add this as an input action to our inputs. So let's go do that. IA underscore. Is this the best way to do this? I don't know. Let's just give it a shot, I guess. Input component. Add mouse down. I hate that it does that every single time. Oops. Left mouse. I don't think you can trigger IA mouse down. Yeah, yeah, you can't do it from here. But we can do it in our housing base menu. As far as I know. Because it is active. Let's just print. Let's double check that this is actually a digital boolean, which it is. Let's print the action value every time that this starts and completes or technically cancels. So click true, release false. So that's working great. and use this. I think it's just started and cancelled. Yeah. So what we do now is set mouse lock when we start to true and when we complete to false. And now we've got a system where we don't have all these wires everywhere. So we move our mouse. That's cool. We get our mouse back. Our mouse does move when we do this. So the last thing to do is that when we lock the mouse here in this class, we get the mouse position. We'll get it, I think, on the platform. And this will be for branch. If we're not showing the mouse, we're going to promote the store variable last mouse position. And then we're going to set mouse position, which this isn't going to work. So we'll get the player controller, set mouse position. We'll get this and we'll break it, sadly, because you have to do it this way because it's fun. Okay, grab all of this, press Q, move this over, clean up this graph. Plug this in. Okay, so now we've got on our lock mouse, we show our mouse cursor, and if it's shown, we're going to set it to our last mouse position. It can only become shown if we have previously not set it, so hopefully this should be fine. I'm going to click down on the right hand side of my screen, move around. Oh wow, it jumped my mouse, so I guess mouse on platform was not the right one. Get mouse position viewport. Let's use that instead. See how that goes. Yep. So you can see now my mouse actually stays. My mouse is locked. I can't keep turning because my mouse is locked. So let's go and check out our default HUD in our desired input config. We've got this lock always here. So what we want is do not lock, I think. So now I can turn. Oh, you son of a bee. Son of a bee. Why? Capture. Capture perm. Why am I not able to spin? What happens if this does nothing? Nope. We're just locking to the edge of the screen here. Not ideal. Not ideal. Set viewport mouse capture mode. Capture the mouse and consume the initial mouse down. That's fine. I need it to not do what it's doing. It's not letting me push my mouse further. While I think about that, I'm going to go and finish working on my little hand cursor that I have here. Image. File export. Okay, let's save this. Where's my working folder? Game dev. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do about this mouse thing. I am curious. There's a setting for it somewhere. We'll probably do some googling. Trying to find my working folder for this project. Graveyard working. Graveyard, let's go. Just may as well make a new folder, UI. Okay, so we're going to have a mouse hand here. I'm going to control I on that, and we're just going to set it to 256. 256, probably even smaller, 32 by 32. I found a pretty cool little hand. I'm going to crunch it right down to 32 pixels. File, export as. I am silly and didn't actually bookmark my working folder. Grave. I'll bookmark that. It's not going to let me bookmark it apparently. T_mouse hand. I'm just going to go in here and create a little event construct set mouse widget. If I can type, that would be awesome. Set widget cursor widget. Set hardware cursor for the default cursor. No, what's going on here? Set cursor widget. Oh my gosh. Well, it'd be alright if I spell it right. Set mouse cursor widget. Here we go. Default. Create widget. Plug this in here. Collapse this to a function. Set mouse cursor widget. Oh, actually, it's not setting it, is it? It's initializing it, so we'll just call it init. And then in here, we're going to need to create a new widget. So we'll go housing, UI, do a new folder, mouse widgets. In here, we'll do a new user interface widget blueprint. We'll call this W_mouse hand. And in here, we'll import a new asset. This is the Winterreach Emporium stuff. And then we'll import this. It immediately disappeared. Oh, no, there it is. Okay. Sprite actions, apply paper 2D sprite settings, jump in here, add an image. Go to desired size, grab this, plug it in, just zoom into 1x scale. It's a hand. It's a hand. It might not be the best hand. It might not be the most beautiful hand, but it's a hand. Mouse hand. Yeah, player controller. Hit player controller. Okie dokie. So we'll compile that. Hit play. And of course, I can see my normal mouse cursor at the same time. Because, of course, I can see my normal mouse cursor at exactly the same time. Let's make sure that this is non-hit testable self and children, and that this is non-hit testable, and see what happens. No, I can literally see the little hand on top of the hand that I want to have, apparently. What? Okay, so it's time to use Gemini. It's Gemini time. Everybody, welcome to Gemini. Does Google AI mode count as Gemini? And in fact, this is from my personal project, so it doesn't really matter. We're going to try Gemini here. I've not tried Gemini. Privacy policy. Your use is based on an organization. Yeah, I'm not doing that because it's a personal project. Okay, so I'm going to use Gemini on my own account. Okay, so what's the function that we called? We called set mouse cursor widget. Player controller set mouse cursor widget. It's like Super Google, right? Like it's like Stack Overflow on acid. It's the best search engine you've ever known. Player controller set mouse cursor widget causes... well, maybe the point here is that we don't use default. Let's just try that first. Well, now it does nothing. Player controller set mouse cursor widget. Default. Causes my pointer hand to be shown still, and the custom widget is underneath. UE 5.4. Give it all the context window we can. All the context window, give it all the context that we can. Okay. I have to say, it's not going swimmingly. It's an hour and a half in, and we're still messing with character camera controls. I said I would get the character camera controls done in the first hour. When I told myself I'm going to do this challenge, That was kind of one of the first things, but that's how it goes. Project settings, engine, user interface, hardware cursors. If you have anything set here, arrow, hand, etc., clear it for the cursor types that you're using. Project settings, engine, input, default, viewport, mouse, capture mode. Doesn't directly cause the double cursor. Bad capture modes can make you think your widget cursor isn't taking. Keep this sane. Use either a software cursor or a hardware cursor. Never both. There are two legit approaches. Software cursor, UMG widget. Yeah, I'm just going to take a picture of what I'm doing because it doesn't seem to understand. Luckily it can read pictures, which is really cool. Show mouse cursor to true. Don't set it. Set the input mode to game and UI. Set the mouse cursor to true. Set mouse cursor default or whatever you want. Change this to hand. Okay, let's do that. Did I stop calling it? Because it doesn't seem to be doing it anymore. No, I'm still doing it. Okay, so let's do default, and then hopefully I can get a picture of this. Nope, it's just going to get rid of hand doesn't change the default cursor. Default changes it, but then shows a hand on top. I tried setting my widget to non-hit testable self and children. It's still there. I wonder if it's because my overlay that I did earlier was set to visible. Let's just double check. This is visible, non-hit visible test self and children. What we could do is we could use the widget reflector to find out what we're actually hitting. So Control-Shift-W brings up the widget reflector here. We go back to our game. We click and press escape. What we should be able to do then is see what we're hovering, which apparently is the viewport. So there isn't anything actually underneath our widget here. It's just the viewport. Yeah, it's just the game viewport. So why is it showing a hand cursor? Project settings, engine, user interface, hardware cursors. Okay, edit. Project settings, engine, user interface, hardware cursors. There are no hardware cursors. God damn it. Maybe if we just do this and we just say, give me the default, and we just use our hand, mouse hand, and then we don't call the function that we just built. How's that go? No. That doesn't do it either. That's amazing. This is annoying. Maybe I'm just going to test this real quick in like a standalone game, see what happens, because I'm starting to wonder what devilry is happening to cause this mouse setting to just not work, because it should have just been dead simple. So actually, in the game right now, well, I can just see the cursor that I want, right? I am still getting locked to the left and right side of the screen, so that's a different thing to resolve. And when I release, it's not turning my mouse off, and that's just another thing to resolve. But the main thing is it works when we're in standalone, just not when doing it this way. It's very interesting. Okay, so let's solve the next problem anyway, I think. Maybe what I could do in the project settings is set this literally for everything for now. Wonder if that will resolve my issue. Crosshairs, hand, crosshairs, cardinal. This is a stupid thing, but we'll come back and add the rest of them in later. Maybe. Okay, so we'll grab this, and then we'll just plug this in every slot here. See what happens. Oh my god, it's still showing. It's still showing! Ridiculous. Maybe another thing that we could do is copy this array and paste it here, possibly. No, it's not going to allow us to do that, obviously. And just say that default it's cursor path, hotspot, etc. I just don't want it. And then, okay, so what's the one that we're looking at? It's like the, I think it's the hand. Wow, it's so annoying. Here's another option. We go back to our hood and we don't push a widget and see what happens. Nope, so it's not our widgets. Oh, that's beautiful. I tell you what, here's another option. Cut the primer hood and hit play. Yeah, well, now we lose all the stuff. So, okay. It's not our hood component. I am using common UI. It has said, hey, you know, are you using activatable widgets? And the UI reader is like, yes. Let's go back to our hood. We've got our in-app mouse cursor here. Let's set mouse cursor widget. No, okay. Set default mouse. Set mouse. Oh my god. Is this not an option? I wonder if I can sort it through here. Hide cursor during thing. Huh. Guess not. Are we drawing the default HUD? Yeah, it's the main HUD, it's right there. Ignore move, ignore look. Input all. What is that game? No? Okay. Permanently. Do not lock. Yeah, I don't know why that's not actually applying. In the activatable widget, apply the cursor override on the activation phase. Stop it on deactivated in your cursor default. I'll be right back. I need to go to the restroom. And we will carry on. And we will continue building a World of Warcraft housing system. And it's not going extremely well setting up the basic controller part. I feel like I could guarantee it's going to be far easier to actually build the building system because I built the Starship Troopers Extermination building system in like a week. And then, you know, subsequently a year of iteration. But anyway, I'll be right back. I need to go to the restroom and I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Hi, I'm back. I had a bite to eat. Bring my microphone back over here. Hello. Hello, everybody who's still with us. We are building a World of Warcraft style housing system today because I played it yesterday and it was absolutely lovely. Best UX for building, including Valheim and V Rising, I will add, because they are also similar and awesome. We just want to make a basic version of that. And we're 1.5 hours in, 2 hours now. And we're trying to get the mouse to work. So let's continue. We have a HUD. We have a base build thing. We have this. I'm just going to turn that off quickly. I'm just going to move my mouse. So I can move my mouse all the way to the outer edges of the screen. I can't move it beyond the right side of my screen. If I click and drag, I get locked to the edges of my screen. So I need to resolve that. And I'm wondering if it's something to do with this mouse lock here. So I'm just going to turn that off quickly. So my next query is it's probably something to do with the action of clicking is actually locking me to the viewport. I'm just going to go to the project settings quickly and just clear out some settings that I just did as a test to see if I could fix that. User interface here, we have all these mouse elements. We don't want any of these. Let's get rid of them all. Widgets on dedicated server, that's a bit weird. Why would want to do that? Hello there, Gosu. Welcome to the stream. I am Ren Farno. I work with UX is Fine. We're a UI UX outsourcing company. We're an art studio. We're a UX research studio, an implementation studio. We do a little bit of everything. I am a prototyper. I do a lot of prototyping. I do a lot of blueprint, a lot of Unreal Engine, a lot of technical design, and a lot of UMG and technical art, and various other things, setting up animations and things like that. Okay, so we're building this. We're getting locked at the edge of the screen here. I really need to fix that first. What I want to do in my HUD here is just try. This goes against my morals because I was hoping Common UI would handle it. But basically, we're going to try and get our player controller. Get player controller. Set input game and UI. Set input mode game and UI. Just by default. The default input now is going to be game and UI. We are not going to hide the mouse cursor and we're not going to lock, and hopefully that's going to solve it. And it does, except for the right direction. Okay. So I'm using Gemini on the side here to help me debug these issues. So I'm just going to go and debug that. Okay, so bear with me while I write a bunch of commands. Because I'm not going to be talking very much. But where do you hail from, Nidil? I'm just going to call you. I'm going to call you Gosu, if that's cool. Where do you hail from? What's your background? What brings you here today? How's your almost weekend? Have you played World of Warcraft? Just bombard you with questions. Same goes to anyone in the chat. Interested to know. Pretty sure my wife is watching and she's probably playing World of Warcraft right now. Leveling up, getting those housing credits. Okay, so I've got to type this question into GPT. Let's try that. My other solution for this is to not rely on that drag and to instead rely on the delta which is an input action that we have in our input component, input mapping component, context, input mapping context. We have a delta in there that's rotating our camera. And what we could do is we could lock the cursor permanently in that position, and so just like every tick, just return it back to where it was, so it's actually not moving, and that might actually solve it. Let's try a different setup. So let's go here and let's lock always here. Capture permanently. Let's try that. Let's try no capture. I'm just trying all the different options. So this one lets me go all the way to the other monitor, but so you can see it go past the edge here, and then I keep going and I hit my other bounds of my entire workspace. Let's try not lock and not capture. No. Okay, so what we want to do now is we want to capture and lock always, what I think is what we're going to do here. And in our mouse hand, not mouse hand, sorry, in our, oh, got so many widgets open right now. That's just a test widget, we'll get rid of that. In here, what we'll do is event tick, event, oh, come on. Event tick, oh, right, I'm in a function. Yeah, let's jump out of there. Got the event tick right here. What we're going to do is branch, and we'll just get, or what we'll do is promote this to a variable, locked, and we will put the branch in here for if we're locked, then we basically call set mouse position the whole time. So now we can turn forever. Haha. Okay, so no AI resolution actually solved that problem for me. That was just me having a brain and deciding maybe this is a solution. So there we go. Trust yourself. I've seen some past streams, but I've never had the opportunity to see it live. Welcome. Enjoy. I'm going to be here for like 6, maybe 8, maybe 12 hours. I might be here until tomorrow morning. I'm going to go until we've done the housing system. I am just going to go for it. I'm not going to stop. I got some of those like monster energy drinks. It's a really bad idea. I've actually got a much better option, which is a gallon of water. But currently I'm sipping on coffee. Do you use Gemini for C++, or is it for Blueprints too? My Fab Marketplace Blueprint primers are built with C++ using VS Code AI like Claude and Gemini. Claude, GPT, Copilot. That's all personal work. That's not something that the UX is Fine guys do, which is the channel that I'm currently streaming on. So, what do you call it? Like, it's just like a footnote there. They don't do that. I do that for my personal stuff. And I'm just streaming today because we're doing some UI UX stuff. It's quite interesting. Blueprint wise, no real AI for that yet. What I use Gemini for sometimes is to just ask questions. It's like Super Google. Think of it as Super Google, right? So back in the day, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, when I was developing, it's like you just go onto Google, you type in your queries. I've got this problem. You end up on the forums, on the Unreal forums. I actually expect that those Unreal forums have had like a massive drop in like visits, right? Because people can just ask these questions now using an AI platform. So that's what I use it for. I will use it to basically super Google my way toward shader math, towards just generic logic problems, or what I call unrealisms, or what was recently popularized in a cool YouTube video called "That's the Unreal Way," because things don't always make sense or don't always act the way you expect, or there's 7 systems that are competing. So what the Gemini use helps with is those moments where this engine is so complex, you know what you want to do if you've used it as long as I have, and there's something that's competing. Not to say, as we've just experienced in the last 5 minutes, there are other ways to solve problems, right? Just got to be smart about it. You got to think around outside the box sometimes. So we've solved one of the issues, which was the mouse cursor sticking to the edge of the screen. The next problem is I want my mouse cursor to be a particular widget here. So we're just going to plug that back in. We've got that widget, but our mouse cursor is shown and it looks weird. So what I want to do is never show my mouse cursor hide cursor during viewport capture. Maybe that was the problem. Why am I seeing my mouse cursor at all? Actually. Oh, right. On activated, show mouse cursor. That'll be it. I don't want to see my mouse cursor. Let's go back to our HUD here. Hide cursor during capture. Okay. Got our base class here. I wonder if I have to override. This is not an activatable widget. This is just a base menu class. What I'm going to search for, I guess what I could do is I could just set it to false. No, that's not going to work either, apparently. Okay, so many blueprints. Let's just get rid of this for a second. You can see how my mouse is moving every time I click, because there's some sort of DPI scaling on one of my pieces of logic. That's freaking annoying. I've got to go fix that now. Okay, let's go fix that real quick. So in the event graph, we're using last mouse position to set the mouse position. When we lock the mouse, we're using the position on viewport. Get mouse position. Let's use the player controller. Get mouse position scaled by DPI. Let's try that. Make vector. It's the DPI probably that's moving my mouse. Oh god, come on. Okay, so another option is to take this and multiply it by the view scale, I think. Let's try that real quick. No, we're still moving across the screen. Don't do that. Okay. Let's try dividing this by the viewport scale. Basically just trying to get the DPI back in. Come on. Oh right, yeah, that would be a way. That would be a way. It's not going to do it if I'm not actually applying it properly. Okay. So what happens if I multiply? Doesn't like that sometimes. Yeah. Collapse this to a macro. Get last mouse. Pause. DPI. Okay. I'll put that in here. Rename that second output. We'll just do X and Y. Let's try that. It's just moving my mouse now. Son of a bee. Oh right, yeah, because I'm not doing this. Try the multiply. There we go. Right, so it was multiply, not divide. Okay. Trial and error gets there, actually. Alright, so moving on. We now have our mouse. It allows us to spin all the way around, and we can move our character around here, which is cool. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this capsule. Our dude, we're WarCrafting. kind of working good, I'd say. I mean, the room is tiny. I want to increase the size of the room real quick, so it's going to bother me. Let's put all of this into a folder. Just call this room. I'm just going to grab all of this. I'm just going to scale it up. Hopefully by a factor from the middle, or maybe from the edge here. We're going to lock our scaling to 1. Just do that once. Back inside and grab our character here and just move that over. Hit play. Oh, that's feeling a lot better. That's a lot more space to work with. Okay. So let's just close everything we don't need right now. We got the character housing here. Got the GM housing. Let's make sure that we have our HUD open. Let's bring that back over. Got a mouse hand here, which looks really dodge, really kind of lame, to be honest. Might go and work on that in Photoshop real quick. Oh, it's imported it as a normal. I think I see what the problem is. 2D pixels unfiltered. sRGB, please. sRGB. It is sRGB, so it looks fine, quote unquote. It doesn't look fine. It looks bloody terrible. I've got to fix a few things real quick. Just editing my little hand I've got. What I want to do is get that scaled down. Actually, what I want to do is go back to... I've lost it. Is this showing on screen at all right now? No. Okay, so we've got our BP HUD. We did this to fix an issue with the mouse not being able to go around the screen. This was a test for stacks. We've got... What else have we got here? It's pretty impressive to watch the thought process. I'm a beginner in Unreal, so I can't keep up. Yeah, sorry. No, Unreal's a beast. Unreal's a beast. What I think is people log in for like the codev streaming. So it's like I'm working, you're learning. There's the odd moment you'll stop and watch. You'll enjoy it. You'll learn a few things. You'll talk to your friends about it. We'll get famous. It's just the natural way of things. I'm joking. All right. what I'm thinking is we actually, I don't know if we're calling this right now. We've got the mouse cursor lock component. That's actually working nicely now. We do have this show and hide mouse cursor thing. What I want to do is just get rid of that. Come into here with the locked. If it's locked, save it. If it's not locked, do the other thing. Let's just move these around a bit, get rid of some of this logic, just cleaning up as we go. Can't actually see my mouse right now. And that's okay, because what I want to do is, because we've got an issue with the mouse cursor right now, is in our base menu in there. What I actually want to do is remove this from here. I don't want it in here. It doesn't make sense to be in here. It needs to be in the HUD. The HUD should initialize the mouse, not an element of a UI on the HUD. So let's make init mouse cursor here. We'll put our logic in. We'll just see how this goes. We're just going to try and set the default cursor. It would help if we called the function. We are showing the set focus to game viewport here. Something is showing my mouse and it's annoying me. Right, let's play here. What's going on? Hide the cursor. It's so wild. Even setting the focus to the mouse viewport, to the game viewport, just isn't doing its job. 1, 2, yeah, there we go. Now I can actually move around. I think it's something to do. Why would the HUD have a problem with that? It's kind of annoying. Let's just do a little delay here. See if this is going to serve us. Init the mouse cursor. Let's set this to focus. Cool. Okay. Push the widget to the stack. Okay. Init the mouse cursor. Set show mouse cursor to true. We keep getting that little cursor in there. It's really super duper mega awesome annoying. These are collapsed. Why are these collapsed? Why are they collapsed? That's weird. What? I guess they're collapsed by default through the widget stack component that Unreal's providing. I just need to make sure that everything in here is non-hit testable, basically. What's this root? Non-hit testable. Okay. Take a look at this. Text housing. Testable. Getting this little cursor show up, which is annoying me. Let's type in cursor on here. Advanced behavior, cursor, cursor, hand. What if we change it to something really obvious like crosshair? Well, it's not that one. We don't want to override that. Default HUD here. Our defaults are non-hit testable. Well, let's try this. Let's try cursor in here and try and set this to a crosshair. No. So my next workaround for this is to attempt to never show the mouse cursor, which is how we've got it set up right now. And sometimes when I click, I get no delta. I find absolutely crazy. Okay, so Let's jump back over to the chat here. The other option is to add this to the viewport. This is going to be super duper annoying. I don't actually want to do that. There's got to be a way to make this work. Let's not use AI. Let's use forums. Set mouse cursor widget UE5 still shows a hand pointer hardware cursor. Oh, yeah, I need my mouse back there. Now I managed to get rid of my mouse. I'm like, well, where's my mouse? Don't hide the mouse. Don't hide the mouse. There we go. Now I've got my mouse back. Now it's gone again. Okay, so that's because of my mouse lock component, because I removed the show mouse cursor thing. I think I know what's happening here as well. So we're setting locked here, and hopefully this is going to fix something. I doubt it though, it's in the same frame. Anyway, right.
I shall grant you dusk.
The cursor is not even in the right place, which is also pretty funny. There's a thing here that says set the input mode to game and UI only, and maybe that will fix it, which is not going to help us. Right. I would like to do it properly, but I just keep going in circles, doing and not doing it. So what we're going to try is we're going to try it the other way. So we are not going to change the cursor visibility. We're seeing the cursor by default. Let's jump over here, hide the cursor by default. Set the viewport focus. Okay. Draw the widget to the screen. So doing this. Add to viewport. Should just draw full screen. Hell yeah. Okay, then in the construct here, first set the alignment in the viewport to 0 or -1 because we're offset 0.5. Set size in viewport we'll start with 32 by 32, and then here we will grab this, and we'll set position in viewport to this value. Let's move the DPI scaling, hopefully. So all we need to do then is actually hide that cursor when we want to hide that cursor. So let's go 64 by 64. Okay. So what we need is a callback in here that says that we're locking the cursor. So cursor locked. We'll add a little parameter to this. Locked. When we lock the mouse here, we'll call the delegate. So we'll say here we've locked the cursor, and here we've unlocked the cursor. And in our mouse hand on our begin play, we can get the owning player, get the HUD, get the comp by class for the lock component, and assign cursor locked. Can't wait till I start doing this all with MVVM because it's much nicer. Set visibility, select on here. If it's not locked, then it's non-hit testable. If it is locked, it's collapsed. There we go. Right, so now we've got this cursor that we can move around the screen. It's not going to react to anything. But it is going to be able to have buttons on the screen. So this main HUD, for example, let's jump over to this default HUD, just add a button in here real quick. Yeah, we'll just stick it in the top left, that's fine. Ideally, get hover events, but apparently we will not get hover events, probably because this is not testable self in children, and so is this. Okay, so that cursor is miles off where it should be. So for a moment, I do need to show my mouse. Yeah, you can see that the thing is way far off. Okay, so this is not correct. Or this is not correct. Go look at that. Poop. Boop, boop. Okay, so then, why is this not with DPI? I wonder. Curious. Okay, so then back here, get rid of this. Oh, great. When we click, we get our mouse back. That's awesome. Okay, it's probably because it's focusable. It's fixable. It's fixable. So we just set it to not be focusable. There we go. No mouse. Just a mouse when we want the mouse. The workarounds we have to do to make things behave the way we want. So music now over to Gaia, which is also by Dusk. This is the music. that's your preview. Right, rock on. Let's take a look at our list. So I have a plan, and I'm going to continue executing on the plan. Got the camera orbit in. We need right mouse button. Let's close everything down here. We need the right mouse button to not do what it's doing right now. It needs to actually rotate the character, so the character's facing the direction. Let's do that. So over in, I'm muddying up my own thing here, but oh well. Okay, so mouse down, and then we'll just do right mouse down, I suppose. I'm just using that as a name because it's not really an action, it has a lot of different actions involved. Okay, so we have that. Where did we do our inputs before? Sure, it's the player controller. Nope. It was the blueprint input event graph. I did the input in the base widget because that is an semi-acceptable location to do this. So here's my input for mouse down. Let's do input mouse up. What for IA right mouse down. This is about my mouse, which is about my UI, but the event that I'm about to add is actually more to do with my player. So I'm going to put it in. I'm going to put it in the actual pawn itself because it's going to be immediately interfacing with the pawn. We have an input graph in here. So this is our input graph. It's got our move, it's got our look, and here when we right click, I want to turn with camera. Turn with camera. After this is done, we should be have the input stack and setup that lets us go. Exactly. Let's go. So, when you right mouse down, set rotate to we need to get the character movement. Set use controller yaw. Let's try this first. Yep. So that works. Now we just need to make that yaw a little bit more reasonable because it currently is just snapping, and I think it's either in the character root. I care about this base turn rate stuff. I can actually get rid of it. Global animation rate, rotation rate 540 here. Let's go 180. No. Just type in rotation. Use controller desired rotation. Use cont desired. Use desired. I wonder if that's actually orient rotation to movement. Set orient rotation. Why is it not letting me do anything? Use desired. Control rotation. Maybe we use this one. It's got a super slow move rotation. Okay. If true, smoother rotate the character towards control rotation. If true, rotate the character towards the direction of acceleration. Orient rotation to movement. What I need to do is actually promote this to a property. Or I can just try IA right mouse, which is this one. So, I'll just put these in here. I actually don't know what we need for these settings, to be honest. What I need to do is maybe just get it working how I want by default without pressing the right mouse button. So don't do this, do that. This is what I want. This is literally what I want. But faster, of course. It's just the smooth move. So the logic here is use controller desired rotation and don't orient to movement. So when the right mouse button is down, we want it to use the controller desired rotation and not orient to movement. And then this last one we can just ignore. Okay, so now if I move around, I'm just moving around, I can move my camera. That's cool. I can right click and then when I let go, it does what I want it to do, which is hilarious. So let's do a knot in here. Oops. Knot. Let's put this one in here. I did it the wrong way around. So yeah, now when I right click, this happens. I think I need to hide the mouse when I'm right clicking as well. So we can do that over in... do that in our UI. Don't know why I'm splitting everything up like this, but hey, that's what I'm doing. Okay, so the next thing... oh, that's hilarious. Let's do a custom event. Update mouse lock, which IA right mouse, IA right mouse, no, IA right mouse, and IA left mouse. We've got an issue right now where if you click the other one, it's it mutates basically. IA left, or just mouse down. Don't know why I called it this. Oh, god damn it. Gosh darn it, I will say. Let's call this mouse left, and we'll call this mouse right. That will make everything a lot clearer. IA mouse left. IA mouse right. Compile. So if this or this are down, then the lock is true. So what we do here is just update mouse lock on both of these and on both of these, because otherwise you can basically flip the state with either of the buttons. Interesting. Is mouse right or mouse left down? I wonder if there needs to be like a teeny weeny delay in here. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I think there's a problem somewhere, obviously. Next tick. Delay until next tick, that would be a little bit nicer. Getting an issue where started completed. What if I just get rid of that? Yeah, my mouse system is just no longer working at all. If left or right mouse, IA mouse left, mouse left, left mouse, mouse right, right mouse, everything is good there. Go and take a look in the dodgy choice place where we're doing this. Fresh nodes. I wonder what's going on there. Because basically it should be locked when the left mouse is down. It's not. If I plug it in, it works fine. Fine. Why? Why? I guess I'll just promote it to a variable then. Why wouldn't that work? I'm just bewildered right now at all of the little things that Unreal's doing to me tonight. Yeah, and now it's moved my mouse again, or my mouse is just not showing again. What? The absolute bundle. Okay, so we're just going to do this manually then. Tick, untick. And then we do the same down here for started and completed, except we duplicate this and call it right mouse down. And when we just name it correctly, right mouse down. Don't know why we have to track that, but we do. So that's what we're doing. We're tracking it manually because this didn't work. Left mouse, right mouse, don't delay, do that. I wonder if it's because I'm doing it through the UI. Probably because I'm doing it through the UI. Let's try this a different way. Let's move all of this over to our PC. Just ignore this for a second. Let's see if the player controller has a more reliable time. IA left mouse, IA right mouse. Because there's like input consumption happening through UI, which is why those inputs do work, but maybe there's an issue there. No, it's still messy in this case as well. So what we do is we promote this and we promote this. We go started and completed. Started and completed. Just come down here, we'll just say mouse lock. And we're going to need to gate that at some point based on the state that we're in. Pretty sure this isn't working actually correctly. Maybe it is. No, I think it is. So I can turn while I'm holding my mouse down, because we always move in the direction that my camera's moving. Okay, so then one of the next inputs for an MMO, because we're starting from scratch apparently, is the IA zoom, right? So in here, this is a 1D axis. This goes in here as zoom. We use the we open this and we go mouse wheel. And we get the mouse wheel axis here. Close that down, go back to our, in this case, because again, we're going to be editing the player in this case. I'm going to go in here and say IA zoom. This is going to be a zoom spring arm. Spring arm. I might actually rename this, because it's going to be used to rotate things as well. So we'll just call this IA mouse wheel for this project. Okay, fine. IA mouse wheel. Okay, so for this, we're going to grab the camera zoom. Oh, boom. We're going to set the spring arm, set length, set target arm length. It's going to be an finterp to from the current, which is the target arm length, to the target, which we'll set up as whatever it is by default here, which is 300. Write this to a variable. Desired arm length. And for delta time, we'll use delta seconds. And for interp speed, we'll just start with 4 or 5 maybe. And then we'll collapse this to a function. Collapse to function, update spring arm length. And we'll put that on our event graph event tick. We'll just constantly move towards the target. What you can do is you can say if it's not equal, then don't call it, which will save a couple of cycles sometimes, but it's not really that critical at the moment. I mean, we can just say something like, if this is not equal to this, then do the operation. It's not hard to write it, but I don't think it's going to really save anything. Because I don't think it's not a function, right? It doesn't have any side effects. You're literally just saying a variable. But we're only going to say it when it's not equal, so that cleans it up a little bit. Now in the input graph here, what we can do is we can set the input arm length to this plus this multiplied by some sort of size like 50. And then we can clamp that so it can't go float. It can't go below 300 and it can't go above 900, let's say. So that should be our, like, it's inversed. Quicker way to do this, just put minus 50 in there. So I can zoom out, I can zoom in. The speed that it reacts is a little slow. So in our update, we just change the speed of this. It seems to zoom out faster than it zooms in. I guess I don't know why that would be, but what we could do is we could do an finterp2 constant, and that way it doesn't speed up or slow down based on literally anything. So here you just put like, I don't know, we'll just put like, it's constant, so I don't actually know what the difference will be here. Okay, so we'll go 500. And now it feels horrible. We're going back. finterp is. Either way, we now have a little thing. He doesn't have a strafe movement, but we're not going to worry about that. It's dead easy to add. You just put a blend space 2D in here, and then he has those extra movements. Sure, he doesn't have them right now, but so now what we need to do is actually create some housing creations. So we finally have the base after 3 hours. We have a base character. We can move him around. I wonder if there are any animations just to clean him up a bit, because it's bothering me. I don't know if I care enough. I don't care enough. So close all the tabs down. Save here. I think the stream's screen is... Oh, yeah, I accidentally clicked on the stream screen at one point and dragged it out of the way. On that note, I'm going to take another 10-minute break. Gotta pace myself. Gonna be on all night. If you care to hang around, we are going to make some World of Warcraft style housing system directly after this intermission. I will be right back. It'd be nice if my camera boom arm would behave. I've somehow broken it. There we go. I'll be back. I'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to the show. I hope I didn't make you jump. Also realised that I probably did make somebody jump. Say hi in the chat if I made you jump. Okay, so we're back here. Let's take a look at where we got to in the last couple of hours. Have a little character. Left click to turn the camera. Moves where you move. Got a zoom on this character. Got a right click to turn. Just feeling good. Got an oddly lit area over there. That'll be on account of this light that we have. To just center it a little bit. Although got a really strong skylight in this scene, so we're doing kind of unlit mode to some degree. Okay, let's take a look at the plan. Let's go take a look at the plan. Character camera controls. We did it. Congratulations, everybody. We made it to character camera controls. Now we've got storage UI and prop rendering. So we need to have a button on the screen that we can click that brings out a sliding UI. Let's just get that started. Let's just jump over to our UI folder. We've got our UI housing default 2. We'll go UI housing underscore storage. We'll call this. And on our base HUD, let's add ourselves a horizontal at the top center of the screen. 50 units padded. Let's add a button in here for now. We should really create a common button for this. Pardon me. Let's go make ourselves some common UI. So in our UI folder, it's the bleak folder, we don't want that one. This one here, let's make a common UI folder. And inside this common UI folder, let's make a new blueprint common button base. Common button base here. We'll just call this W underscore common button. We'll need a common button style. So let's go make ourselves a blueprint class common button style. CBS underscore common button. Actually, it's we'll just call it generic for now. We'll need a material to be plugged into there, so we'll go M underscore UI underscore button underscore generic. Let's just go build ourselves a quick button. So let's go user interface, translucent. I think I have the UI kit in here. I don't have the UI kit in this project. Let's go and add ourselves some super handy tools. So in the Fab Marketplace, if we type in UI Material Lab, we'll see this UI Material Lab here. Click on this one. What versions does this run in? 5.1 to 5.5. Okay, so in my library, if I type in Material Lab, oh right, yeah. It's a project. I'm gonna just go find it. I've got a copy of it somewhere for sure. I'm gonna go find myself a version. I'm gonna bring it in. What the UI Material Lab gives us is these material functions here, right? Absolute ton of them. Really cool resource. In fact, if we go back to that Fab browser, I'll do a little bit of a plug for the old Material Lab. So if you're new to Unreal and you're doing UI or any material really, and you want to see some of the sort of best in class material UI, go check out the Material Lab. I'm just popping it open here. It's got a lot of examples of how you can do UI effects through what's called a combination of like SDFs, material functions. SDFs are signed distance fields, so instead of a texture, it's a mathematical equation to define a circle, define a square, things like that. And so there's a lot of materials in here that are great for just getting you sort of started. Like, look at this objective fill here. I've built this objective fill 100 times. It's really nice to just have an example of it just ready to go, because essentially all this is, if you were to just build it without the material lab, is taking the UVs, scaling the center down, rotating those UVs by 45 degrees, creating a vector radial node, and then stepping it to create that outside like fill progress. And then you can do your interior as well with the gradient fill and all these kind of things. And this, yeah, and you just get a bunch of tools that give you all that for free, so you don't have to remake the same stuff over and over anyway. So here what we're going to do is we're going to create an SDF circle. We're going to use the user interface UVs. We'll use the normalized ones. And so if we now plug this fill into our color, you'll see we have this. What we want to do is use the SDF here and actually do a smooth step. And we'll use that as the value, and we'll smooth step over like 0.002. We've done it in the wrong direction, so 0.002 here and 0 here. And you can increase this to make it smoother. And so what we can call this is, we'll just call this feather, for example. We'll just set that to like 0.1, maybe 0.05, maybe 0.8, 0.02. Yeah, so we'll feather that. We've got this nice little feather in here now. But one other thing that we can do is we can use just this straight SDF and rename it to a circle SDF. Maybe we should call it the other way. It's an SDF underscore circle. And we could just grab that now anywhere in our graph, SDF circle. What we want to do is have a couple of rings, basically, that we can mask and color as we wish. So what we can do for that is, if we take the SDF into here and we plug this in to our final color. In fact, what I'll do is I'll make a name to reroute. We'll just call this, I don't know, mask A, I guess we can call it for now. And then we'll do another name to reroute called RGB. So we'll just plug this in here, RGB. We'll plug our mask A into our RGB in a moment. Let's get this sorted. So here we've got our SDF, and here we've got our masks. And then we've got a composite here, so we'll get mask A. And for now we'll just plug that into our RGB. So we've got mask A. So what we want to do is we want to create a bunch of different masks. If I actually multiply the SDF by a value like 0.8, we should be able to shrink that SDF down, basically. Or it might be, actually, you might need to just minus from it. So I think if you just minus like 0.1, minus 0.5. Ooh, size is wrong. Minus nothing, size 1. Yeah, we're doing a few things wrong here. Okay. So I think we need to 1 minus our SDF. And then go from 0 . Doing this wrong. How to do this? I'm doing it the wrong way around though, that's for sure. because I know I'm doing it the wrong way around because it's like literally the wrong way around there. Okay, so we'll just go 0.98, I guess. Okay. So I think now if you minus 0.1, I guess we're going to have to add to it, which is wrong. 0.2, 0.3. You can see how we're changing the mask, right? So what we can do is we can make a parameter called ring. We'll just call it ring A. So if we add nothing to ring A, we just get this mask. And then we can just copy this. We'll just pull this down. We're going to make a couple of different masks. So we're going to make mask B. Just rename this to mask B, and we'll call this 0.1. We can start previewing this. 0.1. You can see it's a little bit smaller. Stop previewing that. Take that same SDF again. This time we'll just do ring C. This time we'll go by 0.2. Whoops. Just rename this mask C. And that'll do us. I think we'll just do 3. And then in our composite over here, what we can do is we can do a couple of lerps and use our masks to lerp between the 3. So music is very loud, apparently. Okay, so we're going to take that mask A, take our mask B, take our mask C. Just plug in our lerps in here. Move everything out of the way. Let's just see how this does. Let's just number all these different. Well, first let's do our first mask. So we've got a 0 and a 1. So where it's 0 on the outside here, that's going to be, I may as well just be 0, that's fine. And where it's 1, which is the inside, we want to lerp by the next value. So let's go 0.2 to 0.3. So we can see now we've got our first band. 0.3 is the brighter interior. So we can come in here and say 0.3, 0.4. And now you can see we've got 3 bands. And it's all feathered, right? So it's using the feathering values that we set up. Each ring is feathered. And now we just set up colors for this, right? So convert this to a parameter. We'll just call this color ring A, and we'll set that to how do I want to do these colors actually? So I kind of want to do this outer ring, and in fact I kind of want to do all of them as a curve. So let's go set up some curve atlases. One thing that you can do in the UI is use a curve atlas row parameter. So we'll do a curve ring A, for example. And then we need to go and make a curve atlas. So we'll go back to our UI, make a new folder called curves, right click in here, create a new curve atlas. We'll just call this CA underscore gradients. And then in here we can go curve, well we'll do a color curve. Color. No, curve. Do a curve here, pick a linear color. And we'll just call this C underscore gradient A. Well, we could call this gradient button gold. So we're basing it off of World of Warcraft's UI, right? So it's got this like black interior, gold exterior. So let's go and get those colors in. So we go for something that's kind of, I mean, I'm just guessing at this point, but we're going to go from here to maybe something darker, like this. And that'll be our gradient for the exterior. And then we'll do another curve, which will be our curve underscore, I don't know, I'll just call it dark, I suppose. And we'll go for like a really dark sort of navy blue here. and then we'll pick the same value but slightly desaturated like this here, maybe a little bit brighter. That'll be cool. Okay, so we've got two curves, and now we can plug both those curves in to this array here by just dragging them in, and you can see they've actually added it to the curve at the top. So now we've got this little curve atlas. What we can do in our material is we can go and pick our curve atlas, which is our CA gradients. You can see it's actually done in the Atlas material lab as well. So it's like kind of where you can learn this. So we've got our color for our ring A. Color ring B is going to be our dark gradient. And then to power this gradient, what we can do is we can make a new comment over here. We'll just call this gradients. We'll take this user interface UVs. We'll break out the float2 component. And we'll just promote this G channel to a named reroute, which is our gradient. And then we'll go and plug that in as our curve time, and that's how it's going to reference a different color across that curve. It's just using the UV, which is sort of like a number over time from top to bottom. Actually, this can all go in gradients as well. Put this down here. Then we're going to get one more for curve C. What I'm going to do is go back to our curves and just make one more curve. Just call this dark 2. Just going to make this slightly brighter here, maybe. Get some alpha in here and see how this works. So, well, I actually don't know how that's going to work. I don't know why I picked 3 colors. I only really needed 2. I suppose I was just getting overexcited. Let's move these around. Actually, what I want to do is I want this on the outside, this, and then this is the fill. So let's go and name our curves better, right? So let's do curve outer. Yeah, let's call these different names. Let's call this curve outer, curve stroke, and then curve fill. And then we'll go and add categories to all this later. And so this is just our different masks. We're not going to change those. Oh, maybe maybe I will just call this A, B, and C because I don't know. Anyway, it would be nicer to not do that. Let's name reroute these. So named reroute declaration. What I like to do is named reroute like this. And call it RGBAA, RGBAB. I mean, this is a really bad example. Let's call it what it is. Okay, so we're going to go for this. We're going to go outer, stroke, fill, and then over here we're going to call this mask fill, mask stroke, mask outer, and then this ring is going to be ring outer, ring stroke, and ring fill, and this is going to be a little bit easier to read in our graph. Okay, so then we have RGBA outer, and then we just copy this 2 more times. So we have RGBA stroke and RGBA fill. This is a process that you can actually see in that material lab, but instead of like rummaging through the material lab right now, I'm just going to build it from scratch because it doesn't take too long. So just bring this down. That's awesome. Okay, so then we get our RGBAs, RGBA, RGBA. Okay, so our fill happens here, and our stroke happens here, and our outer happens here, as far as I know. and then we have 0 here for the actual outside, because we are not going to draw anything on the outside. And now we could call this RGBA, and then we could component mask here. So we could just mask out the alpha channel and plug that into the opacity. We do have these RGBAs. We do have these curves set up. We are lerping between all of them using the different masks. But we're probably right-clicked somewhere. Let's preview this node. Okay, so something's wrong with this normalized UVs. Because this should show the curve 0 to 1. You can see it here. Start previewing node. That all looks fine. Start previewing this. This looks fine. Start previewing this, and it's just white. So this isn't RGBA. Sorry. You need to append these together to get RGBA. Here we go. Right. We're gonna start cooking now. Here we go. So we get that one. Let's stop previewing this. You can see how this is coming together now. Take our RGB and our A. And so now we get all of this. So we're not seeing one of the colors. But this is pretty cool. This is pretty neat. And what we can do now is we can go and take a look at like our gold. We can say actually this curve isn't great. I'd prefer to work on this curve a little bit. So we can plug another property in here and maybe just brighten it up. What could we do with this here? Let's go. Let's bring... Don't really like that. I just want it to look gold. So I need like a spike in the color at some point to make it like sheen, like a kind of gold button. And so that will be in our UI. So zooming out will help us see how it looks at a smaller scale, which means we might need to increase this feather. That'll do. So we're just going to move on. That was just a cool little demonstration of doing an SDF circle for a button. There is something going on with the colors, which I want to try out real quick. So we just need to bring this size down a smidge. And then we're looking at these ring sizes. We bring our outer. It doesn't matter what we do with the fill. So something's wrong with that fill. The stroke just brings it all in and out. So we've done something wrong over here. Let's take a look at what this mask here does. Oh, yeah, that's not going to help. Let's preview this node. That's interesting. Preview this. Black, oh, I think I know potentially what's happening there. If I start previewing this and I'm... So here we're looking at 0.3, right? And what we want to show is, if I right click on this and start previewing this, we want this color here. If we start previewing this one, I see exactly what the problem is now. I didn't change the color of one of these. So we had outer, which we wanted to be this one. Stroke, which we want to be this. And then fill, which is our last one. And then right click, stop previewing, close this back. Now we've got the 3 rings, which is cool. And then back over here, we could just reset some of this probably. Whoops. I don't really like the size of the stroke there though, so just bring that stroke out a little bit. Okay, so now we have a material for our button, and we can change what the gradients are for the fill, the outer, and the stroke. And so what we can do is we can call this mi_UI_button_ normal, and then we can make a new one called hovered, and a new one if we wanted called pressed, and that's all we're going to need for now. We're not going to need disabled or selected or anything like that, which is basically what the common button style offers. So if we take a look at this common button style, you can see it's got all these different materials here. So we've already created our first one, which is our normal, so we can plug that in. We've created our hovered, so let's go and plug that in here. We've created our pressed, so we can plug that in here. And now we have these 3 button styles that look pretty cool. WarCraft style here. And let's go for a next step, which is to add a couple more curves basically. So let's get gold 2, which will be brighter essentially. This looks so ugly though. Just can't pat myself on the back for this. Absolutely not. We'll go with this as the hover color, and so we'll just add that to our gradients. So we go and add gold 2, and then we'll make our last curve here, which will be gold 3 for our pressed state, which will be a very dark state, maybe a little bit more orange back in there. Just grab this lower end color, make that even darker. Maybe this one as well. That'll be a nice little curve. Nice happy little curve. Close all these curves down. Just add that last dark curve in here. Okay, so from here, what we can now do, we save this. We go to our common button, we set this to desired size, and grab our other materials. So we got the hovered one here. So when it's hovered, we want an outer. Well, actually, sorry, no. We want to change the stroke to gold 2. So it just changes color. And then for our pressed, we'll do the same. So the curved stroke for pressed will just be this dark one. Easy. And in our common button now, we can apply our common button style. So let's go grab our CVS generic, and we would need to add, say, an overlay to actually represent some size. Let's give it some size. Let's say 50 by 50. You can see we've got a button there now. So that's the button that's going to be on our UI. We're going to add an image. Just enter that. We'll just add icons to this image basically, and we could do a lot more with this button. We could add parameters to the blueprint graph to control what the icon is and things like that. So for now, what we're going to do is we're actually just going to grab this image. We'll call this image icon, and we'll just drag this in, and we'll just call set brush on here, and we'll right click, promote this to a variable. We'll just call this icon. And we'll do that on pre-construct. We'll make sure that that icon has this I ticked, which is basically going to make it a variable. If you click on the defaults, you can see instance editable is now ticked. So we can jump back over here and just add one of our generic buttons in. So we've got widget common button. Just drop that in. You can see we've got this. We can change the icon here. And so we could come in, and if we have an icon, we can put it in there, and then we can change the size of it. So 32 by 32. So now we have a button with this icon. So all we need now is an actual icon of a house, basically. We need a house icon. I will now go and use, what's it called? UI icon database or something it's called. I can't remember. It's been a while since I used it. Free UI icon database. Free icon UI. Oh, come on. What's it called? There was a website that I used to use all the time. For now, what we're going to have to do is use Gemini. So let's just type it in. I need a sheet. I may as well get it to make all the icons, right? I need a sheet of simple icons for a RPG UI white untransparent background. So I tend to do this a lot for prototyping, but if I was to ship this, then I'm obviously going to go and pay someone or use an asset pack off the marketplace. I do have a bunch of asset packs. I just can't be bothered to sift through them for prototyping's sake. It's a lot quicker to just do some prototyping in this manner. I need a sheet of simple icons for an RPG UI, white on transparent background. So we've got a couple of things that we need to have icons for. We've got the house, which opens the menu. We've got sort of moving, right? A moving mode, a rotating mode, a scaling mode. So there's those three. There's like the coloring mode. There is like what else would we need? Then that'll do. So just wait for that. It's a pretty complex system now. Oh yeah, absolutely. We're gonna build it. I'm just like, I've built these systems so many times that I can talk while I'm doing it and actually still build it. We're gonna build this. We're gonna build a similar system, similar affordances to Valheim V Rising, World of Warcraft's housing system, because I absolutely love how they feel. And I think as an educational piece, as an homage piece to those games, and something that I've always wanted to build, and also because I want it in my game, and I've been wanting it in my game. I built a game a few years ago called Guards. It's on Steam. You play as this guard. I built it with a guy called Aidan Price, Waterzone Studio, and a guy called Alex, and he did the environments. Alex Chen, if I remember correctly. So we built that game. It was a first-person melee co-op FPS, like melee game, right? Vermintide style. And you were these, like, if you remember the scene from Shrek, which is like knights, and they come in and they're like busting down perps and stuff. It was basically that. And we had this hub, and one of the things that I was really like keen on was like adding stuff to the hub, like making it so that when you come back to that hub, it's growing, that something's happening, that like you've got some progression. And there were conversations around whether that was the right thing to do, but through watching people play on stream and stuff, it was like one of the things that they engaged with the most. It was the thing that they went into the game, they played the game, they came back out, there was something growing, there was some evidence that they'd been in a world, some proof that they'd spent their time and sort of like got something out of it. There wasn't just the fun in the round, but like the actual progression. If you think of Lethal Company as well as another example, it's like there's a progression in the background. If you enjoy the game loop, if you enjoy the gameplay, you're gonna come back and you're gonna want something out of that time, not just the fun, not just the hangout, right? And so that's where progression comes into play in game design, and they have a progression in there where not only in the round are you earning money to like improve your odds of winning, which is really important. If you read anything from Sid Meier, he's big on like meaningful choices and ways that the player can ask, like, how am I going to do better at this? How am I going to master this? So not only do you progress in the round and through the quota for those several rounds, but you also have this like meta progression in the background of all the things you've unlocked that are funny. You whip out like something and you start doing the I love the company, you know, you got some like trumpet or whatever. And if we think of another game like Peak, it has exactly the same thing. They even wear that banner on their character, like it's like wearing your game design strategy on your sleeve. Like they are literally wearing it. It's a bunch of badges that tell you what you did. And achievements have been around since like the Xbox era, right? And so I believe it was Xbox that like popularized like achievements. Maybe MMOs before that, like PC MMOs, and maybe just PC games in general, like MechWarrior and stuff. It's like, oh yeah, I really want to do the whole, you know, certain tree of, you know, factions and things like that. Or like Unreal Tournament 3 and things like, I really want to have the best scores on, you know, Leandry or something. But yeah, if we think about that, there's progression there, and there's progression in your passport, and it gives you faces and things to express with and to laugh with your mates. Again, it circles back round to like having fun with your friends. The point I'm trying to make, and I could go through all the games, I could go to every game and pull out why I think progression is the key most important thing in a game after you've nailed the core loop fun. Because if you just don't have anything to chew on, it kind of just, it feels a little bit light, a little bit empty. I can't think of a game. I mean, I suppose I could try and think of a game that doesn't really do it. But anyway, point I was trying to make. So I've always wanted this in a game like that Guards game that I was building, and I'm building this new game. It's a third-person game. This isn't the game, by the way. This is like an MMO, like fantasy little mini like side project, like. But the stuff I'm building that I'm going to be building for the rest of today is going to go in my game, and it's essentially like one of the things I wanted in Guards was that you build a precinct. In the game that I'm building, you are building your precinct. Like you are these knights that go and they do this job, and they come out of doing the job, and they have this place that's theirs. That you can see all the shields you've earned, all the weapons you've earned. You've got all these, you know, crates of gear and just toys lying around the place, like organized or not, maybe with some nice classy curtains and some cool pillars and some interesting designs that you've done for your little hub that's yours, that's persistent. It's a pipe dream fantasy that like really is not important to the gameplay, but the gameplay I am like so convicted in. I know I want this system, and I know I'm never going to prioritize making this housing system because it's not core loop. So as I'm building core loop in like off stream, and I'm doing that as like a personal project, I was like, there is a thing I can build on stream, probably in 8 to 12 hours, that's like the start of a personal, this is my space like customize your area, right? I've always wanted to do it. And the games that I play, like all the games I play, V Rising, Valheim, Minecraft, let me have a look at my Steam real quick. World of Warcraft now, because it's got this in it, is just like so much more engaging. Like every time I go out on a quest now, I'm not just like looking at the number go up and being like, can't wait for my next talent. I'm like, I wonder when I'm going to find another piece for my house. I wonder what I can do with it. And I'm going around and I'm so much more inspired to play the game. I can't open my Steam right now and actually look at all the games that I enjoy, so that's a shame. I do have the icons, so after that slight tangent of me talking about games design and my love of systems and things, let's go and actually get these icons sorted. So, generated these. Let's just take a quick look here. File, save as, icon raw. Okay. So we've got these icons. We're going to copy these. Right. Let's go Control N. Let's go. Well, yeah, 256 by 256 is fine. Let's just pop this in here. And then all we need to do is image trim. Oh no, we don't need to do that. Sorry, I'm lying. I'm a liar. Let's get this here. Looks like there might be some artifacts on this image, which I would not be surprised about. Let's color overlay this in white and copy that layer style. And just go and get all of our rest of our images. So it tried to create me an icon for a gizmo. I'm just going to ask it to try again, but keep lines tastefully thin. Generate 50 images. Variance. The current variation has too much thickness in the lines, making them look a bit tacky, if I'm honest. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of these. I'm not a big fan of any of these. This one works enough. The house one works enough, which is the main one that we needed, so we can get that one in and get cracking in a second. The chest might be okay. Again, it's not made by an artist. It's pretty bloody terrible, I have to say. It's got no character. File export PNG. We'll just do T_house. Which is not going to take much time coming up with naming conventions for these things. File export as PNG. T_customize. And then we'll do a last one here. File export. Got a spider on me or something. File export T_chest. Don't know how that's going to look. Yeah, bad, basically. Okay. Let's get these imported. Common UI. Let's get a new folder for textures. We'll just import these 3 images. I've also got a new thing to toy with here. So let's try why it's done what it's done to my images, I do not know. Music stopped. I literally have 3 tracks of music. I'm going to go insane by the end of the night. Music. Let's go there. Okay. File export as T_rotate. How are you making the game as a solo dev? Yes, absolutely, 100%. It means that I can stop and start whenever I want. I originally had these big ambitions in the year of the fire horse, which is my year, to do it for the June Next Fest. Instead of doing that, I just want to enjoy it. I really enjoy making games. I enjoy pushing myself to do new and interesting things, which is what I did on the Fab store this year. So at the start of this year, I was like, I am going to build things for Fab. I've been thinking about it for years, and I put like 7 things on Fab in a month, and I'm having a break from that, and now I'm on, let's play around with a game idea. It's been a while since I built a game. It's been like 3 years since I built like a game for myself that I take my time with and really believe in, and I don't have to rush it because I have like a day job and a kid, so there's the odd rare time where I'm like, oh, I'm going to spend 8 hours tonight doing this. I'll see you guys tomorrow. So I take those opportunities sometimes and do a little bit of that. So that's where we are today. But yeah, slow game. Not even got a Steam page. I'm going to use this one. This one's pretty dope. Actually. Yeah. No, I want this one. No, wait, which one do I... Oh, God, there's so many. Which one's the best? Opening the box. This one. I want this one. This one's cute. I actually really like that. Just sorting something out on my other screen. Shan't be a moment. Or maybe I will be. I will be a moment. Well, oops. Do not share that for a review. Thank you very much. File, export, PNG. Gotta get some work done eventually, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's calling me out. Apply paper 2D. Oh, that didn't work. Re-import it. Boom. Look at that. Now we've got a little chest here. I love that. I love this. This is a favorite of mine. Right, okay, so whoa, oh my god. Okay, so there's a real quick and easy way to fix this. It's actually better than doing it in the widget. So you go to Asset Actions, Edit, change this. No, sorry, not this. Change one of these. We'll find it. We'll find it. We'll keep going until we find it. I can never remember which one it is. Downscale option, simple average, and we'll just go 3 here. Then we look at our button again. And it's still like not small enough, so we just do 4. What this is doing is actually compressing it down. So if we go look at this now, it's actually 64 by 64, which is cool, but it needs to be more. Okay, 64 by 64, please. No, 32 by 32. That's pretty nice. Because it's an image, what I can do is I can like reduce the tint, although maybe I don't need to. I don't know. I kind of like that. I kind of also don't. It needs to have some color to it. Let's color pick from the top here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that looks like a button you'd see in a game. I'll take it. Now if I hit play, we have this button that we can click on. It does show our mouse, but that doesn't happen in... Oh no, I know why it shows the mouse. I remember. Got to set this common button to be not focusable. Also, we don't want it to be focusable because it will take input away from the game. Okay, so we hit play. We got this button. Apparently that stopped us from Why is that? Is this one focusable? It is. So it didn't actually take the change. Click, 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 click. Hover it does cool things. Click, click, click. And so when we click this, we'll enter housing mode, and we'll slide the whole thing out on the side. It will have like a bunch of icons in it. So that's cool. We got our button system started. So that took 40 minutes. And I have a bunch of icons for the rest of the game, which is cool. Because I liked that style, so I asked it for more. Okay, so what else did we have? We had the palette and the other thing. Well, we only need this right now, so let's go and make the next UI. I actually don't have a design. Wrote that when you said that you are sometimes like gonna be gone for the next 8 hours. Wasn't meant as it. No, I was joking. I know. Yeah. No, you're pulling my leg, pulling my arm. I don't know what the saying is. It's starting to get late, huh? What time is it? 8:44, a couple of coffees in. I really like this button. I'm really happy with the button. Very cool. I don't have a design for the UI. Let's go take a look at WarCraft housing UI. Just to get inspired. Just to get a little bit inspired. We're going to open the image in a new tab, and we're just going to take a look at it. So outside of the core motifs that they've added, we've got our own little button that we've just made, and you can see here you got the gradient, it comes down, you've got the housing icon, it also has a gradient. We could have done that, but we're not going to do that. You've got these ones down here. These do have selected states. You can see that it's like slightly highlighted brown. We can do that with the button system that we set up. Except we're going to do it all with circles. Maybe I will make a square one. So we have all this. We need to wrap it all up. So we're not going to do all these tabs, I think. Maybe we could. I mean, why not? There's going to be a lot of items. We should definitely have tabs. Yeah, we should definitely have tabs. They've got this black to grey fade here. That's quite nice. And you can actually see that that's almost just a slight diagonal fade here. Just ever so slightly. I do need a button. But in order to do a button like this, it's not as easy to do that with an SDF. You have to do a little bit of extra work because you have to chamfer the edges slightly. I wonder if I can. But what I want to do next is get that slide coming out onto screen. And I'm going to need common button styles for like the generic tabs for the items, and I'm going to need common button styles for these, which I'll just use the one that I've already made maybe for those. I think it's a good time to go and take a look at the plan, see where we're at. We've set up the character camera controls. We've got an orbit camera. We've got the right mouse button to move, and left mouse button. Left and right actually move the character at the same time. We haven't actually done that, but we don't need to worry about it. We've bound all the keys up. We've differentiated with some dragging stuff. We've got our own cursor set up. This is a design that I built a while back, but like I think it's a little outdated, but we'll see. I don't know why I'm procrastinating right now, but basically I need to build the panel. I want something in the ether to jump out at me and say, yeah, and that is how you're gonna do the panel, because that will look cool. But nothing's really jumping out at me, so I'm just gonna go and start noodling with some common UI materials. Let's go. New folder, materials. Let's drop our materials in there. Let's go grab this. Let's duplicate this into, we'll call this frame generic. I think we just need to get started with like, I need a frame probably. So this SDF that we have here for the circle, we're going to use an SDF box this time instead. And we're just going to use these UVs, and the size is going to be here like this. And then we'll use this SDF. It didn't work. God damn it. Oh no, there it is. Cool. Let's get some corners in here. Turn this into a convert to parameter corners. Why didn't that work? Append vector here. Cool. Now what we can do with this is we should be able to be like 0.5. 0.5. So we can do hopefully some cool stuff with this. It's got this sharpness that I'm not sure what's going on there. Is that glow min, glow max maybe? Let's try that. Glow min, glow max. Don't know what the defaults are, but let's just put 0 in there. Let's do. I don't know what this does. Nothing, apparently. Let's just ignore it. Okay. So what happens if we extend this? Yeah, so you can see it keeps... Oh. As you can see, it's completely broken. Keep the aspect ratio. Suck game. I'll tell you what. What if we use the 9 slice UVs? Don't keep the aspect ratio. Do keep the aspect. Definitely keep the aspect ratio. We're gonna find out what happens. We're gonna go for a 64 by 60. Oh, sorry. 256 by 2. No. 500 by 500. Whatever. Let's just zoom in. 100. 100%. Yeah. 256. 256. When I draw this, I'm going to attempt to draw it at a lower resolution. We're using the 9 slash UVs. We'll see how that works out. We've got this guy here. What we can do is we can actually duplicate these two. In fact, we can duplicate all 3 of them. Where's the normal here? We'll duplicate that as well. And then just rename these. So right click batch rename. No, don't have that in 5.4. Okie dokie. So let's go here and just replace frame here. I mean, frame hovered. What am I doing? What am I doing? It's a square button. It's just a square. It's let's just rename this. MUI button square. Button square. I mean, it could be any shape really. I think it can actually be a circle. I think I could just reuse this because it's got the corners. Let's try it real quick. So if I go in here and I change this to the square, and then I grab the corners and I just set this to 1, it works flawlessly. 1. Yeah, look how dodgy that looks. Why has it done that? Oh, maybe it needs to be 0.5 across the board. No, then it just looks like this. So so we can't do that. And that's fine. That is fine. Okay, so close some of these things down. May as well set this icon with our default color that we enjoyed. Let's copy this, paste this in here as our default icon. That way it's going to be easier to work on later. Close this down. Got a new material. That's fine. That's going to be for our frames. Let's create a... It's going to look all very much the same is one worry that I have. Let's go and build this UI that slides out, right? And a lower UI that scrolls out from the bottom that gives us a bunch of options. First, we're going to need a common border style. So let's go here. Let's type in common border. Common border style. CBRS for common border. Common border style. Frame. Just call it generic. Pop this open. And here we have our setup. So go to our materials, grab our first instance, pop that in. Have a little preview. So we can scale this up. It's actually not doing what we want. So we go box, 0.5, whoops, 0.5. And now we have this frame that we can actually use to size to anything for our, the background for our UI. So we'll use that. And let's get one of those common borders in. Common border. Let's add that to our overlay on the center left. Let's wrap it in a size box so that we know how big that's going to be. Have something that's about this wide and about this tall. Something like that. Something like that. And it needs to use our common border style because currently it's not. So now we have this. That gives us kind of the core that we need, and now we just need to fill this with a bunch of options. So in order to do that, let's actually go and take a look at what items, what meshes we actually have. So if I go Control B here, and then go back to Human Common, and then click Stag Mesh. Let's just drag a couple of things into the scene that makes sense to start us off, right? So we'll want a table and we'll want a chair. So let's get those in. Yeah, take these, we'll take these, we'll take these, we'll take this shelf here. Well, you can, I don't really need to bring them into the scene. You can see there are assets that are going to work for us. However, we're going to need icons for them. Currently don't have icons for them. So we need to do the prop rendering. So the task that's on the list right now is the storage UI and the prop rendering. Where we're at right now is we'll have this UI here that we can actually slide on and off the screen. We know it's a specific size, which is just gonna put it as 500 units wide. We know it's 500 units wide. So if I move this off the left of the screen by 500 units, it will be off the screen. Minus 530, for example. Minus 530, for example. If I had an animation now called a storage slide, click on here, tab on here. This is going to be a really bad idea because it's going to move an entire list view, but we're doing it. We're doing it. It's going to like increase the MS disgustingly. Okay, so what I'm sort of muttering about right there is when this UI has a bunch of options and things in it, and you move that whole thing, the UI needs to repaint all of that. What you could do instead is wrap this with a retainer and just slide what's rendered off to the left, and then slide all of that back on. And it will look like it's been it's slid on screen, right? But really it hasn't moved at all. So the rendering is always the same. I'm not gonna worry about it. It'll be fine. Just a little cheeky whoosh. It's a little bit long. Let's just bring it in. Slide on. Let's change the curve. Let's go take a look at this translation curve here, and we're going to make it really fast at the beginning and really slow at the end. So it slides on, it's like, hello, and then goes back the other way. Cool. And just in general, it just needs to be a little bit shorter again. And then what we can do with that animation, just make sure that when we're not selected, it is actually off the screen, which it is. What we can do with that animation is, because we've got this common button here, make this a little variable, just call it underscore open storage. Go down here and on clicked, we will play that animation. Play animation. What we can do actually is we can play animation forward, and we can play animation reverse. And what we could do is actually turn that into a custom event. We'll call it open storage, or set storage open. Set storage open. A little branch in here. This little branch will say open. If it's open, we're going to play it forward. If it's not, play it backwards. Just keep that there. Put a flip-flop in here. Actually, no, we won't. We'll put a branch in here. Let's make sure that we're tracking what state we're in. So what we can do now is we can say anytime you press the top button, we can open or close the storage. But because we'll have the escape key, which will also close the storage if you're in the storage, then we'll be able to control that a little bit interestingly. This widget has animations, but the widget is set to never tick. Correct. What I should do is animate it through the use of an interp. I have create tween. I have a custom float tween system. I could create a custom float tween here. Tween target would be self, and then you can do all these different types of curves. But I'm not going to worry about that. I'm just going to make it tick. There we go. Okay, so now when I hit play, oh, of course you just start immediately out. Yeah. Let's go here, minus 530. We got storage on and off screen. We can run around. We can look. We're then going to click here, and we're going to drop an item into the game world. And then we're going to start snapping it around and rotating it and sticking it around the scene. And then we can think about serializing it a little bit later on, where we'll be able to share that between multiple players. And that'll be a little bit later. But right now, well, I hate that I have a cape that goes through my shield. That really bugs me. Anyway, so right now we do have this. This is pretty cool. We should really get the input in to close that with the escape key. And then we should start getting inputs on the right hand side of the screen that are to do with our what's called action mappings. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Next, let's create something to go inside here. I am going to try and use the material that we created. Create a material instance. Inst. Oh, what have I done? I duplicated the instance and made an instance out of the instance. We don't want to do that. So generic, but it's not generic. It's button square underscore. We'll just call it item. We'll change this one. We'll just call this UI underscore frame. Call this MUI gradient square. I think that makes more sense. And then here we'll do MUI gradient circle or gradient round. And we'll call it gradient round generic. You can do it. There is a way to do it where you just have one material and you just turn it into a circle, but it takes a bunch of work. This is nice and clean and easy. Right, so we got M underscore UI's button item. This is our appearance for our button, for our item, and we'll have a normal state and we'll have some other states, right? Let's go to our curves and create some new ones. Let's create dark 3. Just really not naming them. Let's go even darker. Like that. Let's go. Wait, can I take that other color, please? That other color is actually nice. Let's go take this color here. Let's do that. That might be nice. So that's going to be our fill. And I haven't added it to the curve atlas, so it's not going to work anyway. Let's have fill there. I want to play with it a little bit. Oops. I hate that when you zoom out, it moves you away. There. Do that all the way around. I want to take this color. Sure. Yeah, something like this. And then I want to rotate it slightly. So what we can do is rotate these UVs. With a custom rotator. And then plug them in here. We'll do fill angle, or it's just well, the angle is going to be for the entire render apparently. So let's divide that by 360, and then plug that into our rotation angle. This is getting really disgusting. Let's figure it out. Let's move this down. Let's move this out. Let's move this, like so. Okay, so now we've got this angle. This is going to rotate the angle of all of our masks, I've realized. Actually, what I could do, it's just for the gradient. What am I doing? I don't want to rotate this. I'm rotating the wrong thing. Sorry, ignore me entirely. I'm an absolute idiot. We don't want to rotate that. We want to rotate these gradients. So now we can rotate these per gradient, right? So we can say angle outer. Sorry, what? Yes. Yes. Indeed. That's not going to work. Let's do this. We don't have gradient. What are you talking about? There was never a gradient. Let's just do this. Angle outer, angle stroke, angle fill, angle stroke, angle fill. It's a good time to go and categorize all these variables. So let's do that. Let's go in here, call this hey fill. There you go. Go in there. Go in there. Grab this one. This one could be called stroke. This one can also be called stroke. And this one could be outer. And I suppose by association, this one may also be outer. Amazing. Well, we're smart cookies, aren't we? Look at us making games. Oh. They said it couldn't be done. They said I'll never be a game designer. That's a silly job. It's not a real job. Don't build entertainment. How dare you? How dare you pretend that's a real paying job? Don't let your dreams be dreams. You can do it too. Just makes me think of a really old advert. You can do it too. I am just procrastinatingly cleaning things up now. I'm getting to that point where I'm actually quite tired. I realise it's not that I can't do it in 8 hours, it's can I have enough energy to do it in 8 hours. Let's get our frame finished. So we've added... What's your problem? Oh, I did it on the wrong end. I've added the rotations, so I can now go and rotate those fills, and that will give us the controls that we want to have a little bit more interesting visuals. Let's go and test that in our item here. And this should all now, we didn't do all of the variables. Let's go take a look here. Outer stroke and fill. Very cool. What other variables have we got? Size, yeah, it doesn't really matter. Okay. So we've got these. Fill, outer, stroke. And the thing that we wanted to change was the fill angle. So we could just do a little bit of fun angles. It's pretty cool, right? Let's go in here and just pick something else there, and then we'll take that. Do here. Well, that's size. I don't want to change size. Change the ring fill. I need to change this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's name all these SDF. One other thing that I'm realizing is that this is also annoying. Let's just put all of these in color and put all of these in angle. Angle, color, cool. SDF. Why can't I go further out? There we go. Got two of the same color in here or something? Yeah, I do. Curve stroke and curve outer are the same. Okay, and I wanted to play with the corners just a little. I wanted to try something. Just make something interesting with them, basically. That that fill looks really weird. I like this, but I don't like the fill. So let's go mess with that quickly. That's interesting, I suppose. Yeah. Right. Go make the widget that holds all of our items. For UI here, let's go and build our common UI. Let's just do UI widgets. Common UI is kind of like the foundation. In fact, all of this is common UI. We've got our widgets here. Where do we want to do this? I think I just want to put I want to make an extension of our common button. Let's make a new folder here, storage. Let's just go UI widget blueprint. We'll do common button. Widget underscore common button. We'll do widget underscore CB common button underscore storage item. The idea of this will be to change the common button style to storage item. Go and store that with storage here. And then we can change the material for this. What I like to do is put the materials along with their common button style. So let's put this material in here. And then go and make our hover. Oops. Hover. And our pressed states. So for our hover, we'll just change the stroke to this gold. And then for our press, we'll change the color for the stroke to the brown. Okay. So in our comment storage item, let's take our hover. Let's take our press. Put those in. Okay, and then that becomes the common style for this, which has an icon inside of it. Realize as well that the stroke is not bright enough for the default stroke. It just doesn't look like anything. Stroke here. I don't really want to do that. Apply this .4 here. Do. Now I can actually see that stroke, which is cool. Okay. And then our actual icon, its color is going to be white, and we're going to render our assets. So let's first add class settings here. We need to add user list object entry. File that. And now this is usable in a tile view. So in here, we can create a tile view. Common tile view. Tile view specialized to navigate on focus for consoles. No. Tile view that presents contents. Yeah. Sweet. Tile view, let's give it a little bit of padding. Say 50 units. I would like 50 units, thank you. It's too many. Let's go 25. Let's put more of the same music on, everybody. Okay. Now in here, what we can do is we can scroll down to the entry widget, put storage item in. We start having a bunch of storage items. See where this is going. See where this is going. From here, what we can do. How big are they? They're pretty big. Tile view items. You could put a tab on the left to like pick between them, basically. I need to actually be able to interact with them quickly, so let's on activated tile view, set items, set list items here. Let's just make an array, I guess, of something. Essentially all this does is it says make an element that is represented by something, and we're literally just going to use this gray texture for all of them. Well, it doesn't mean anything, it's just a data point for now. The data point that crashes the engine is what it is. So that is a good sign to go for a break, grab myself maybe a walk around the block, I would say. It's 9:23, it's almost 10. I want to reopen the engine, firstly, because I want to make sure that we're still good. And then when I get back, we've got kind of like the core UI now that we're going to need to be able to click on things and actually like start coding the line trace and the snapping and then produce the little grid UI that I wanted to produce, which was one of the main things that I wanted to produce. I think I'm going to get as much done as I was hoping. Oh, it's going to crash again. Why did I just do that? Nice stream, man. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, no worries. Welcome back, Gabriel. I remember the name. I'm going to carry on. I'm just going to have a break for 20 minutes. Like I said, I'm going to go until it's done. I slow down a lot when it gets to artwork because I have to think a lot harder. But when I get back into blueprinting, it's going to be just like lightning fast. This art is not like my primary, like technical art is, sure, but making the choices to make something look like semi-okay on a first pass is just not my thing, and so maybe I shouldn't have focused so much on the art thing, but it's something that I want to get good at, or better at, so spending a little bit of time like getting in the zone. Sometimes you just got to slow down and slow down, shut up and do it, you know. So I've been a little bit quiet for an hour, but it's all gonna perk up soon, don't worry. If anyone's hanging around all night, I'm gonna be here until the AM. It's Saturday tomorrow, got plenty of time to rest, relax, rejuvenate. R. Let's go and fix that thing that we just made that absolutely explodes the game. I think it's over here in the default HUD. In the graph, we should not do that because we didn't. I think it's because we didn't create objects for them. So in the storage here, what you need to do is new blueprint class, object class, and here we go BP underscore storage item. This doesn't really need to do anything by default, I suppose, but it is gonna be populating. This is the default HUD here. I've realized this is the default HUD. We said we had housing, sort of like the storage mode, but I don't think that's going to be true. I think we're just going to go and get rid of that. But before we can get rid of that, we need to go to our core blueprint for our HUD. No, that was a lie. We need to go here, thank you, and delete this test that we did, because we don't need that. Let's go back to our UI folder, common UI. Let's get rid of our storage. Yeah, we're just going to use this main HUD, I think. I don't think we need to... We might leverage it. I don't know yet. I'm about to cross that bridge, and it's going to be the biggest bridge. We still need to do the prop rendering, but that's what we're building all this for. Because what we're going to do next is we're going to build a tool that allows us to take pictures, to put pictures into here that represent the models for the demo. So that's a little thing here. Slide this guy out, slide it away. Cool. All right. Yeah, so in here. Why are you doing anything? Come on, man. I'll put this in here. This is my storage page. And then in our default HUD here, we're going to drop a version of our storage into that size box. There we go. So now we can code everything in here, which is going to be a little bit neater. So now we're going to have a little function, quick little break. Yeah, I need to have a break. I'm just gonna do one more thing. Just one more thing. I promise. I promise I won't take long. We're gonna do populate items, sort of the pseudo code for populating the item array. The way I suspect this will end up working is it's going to go through a data table and kind of grab all of the elements. So let's just create that data packet real quick. Blueprint struct f underscore storage item. I don't know why I keep calling it storage item. But hey, it's storage item. That's just what it is. Let's get a couple of things in here. Localizable name. I think it's fine. We'll need an icon. Texture 2D soft reference. And we'll need a mesh, which is that mesh that we're going to spawn later on. Static mesh. Soft reference. Because I don't think I'm going to make an actor for every single prop. I don't want to make an actor for every single prop. That sounds disgusting. I want to make one actor that accepts a mesh definition and then exists. It's going to have a pivot point, probably defined through a static mesh socket, things of that nature, like ways that we can edit the content rather than creating too much sort of like boilerplate code stuff to manage it all. Or like tons of blueprint content, basically. I don't want tons of blueprint content. There's going to be one blueprint. It's going to be the prop that goes in the world. And when I save, I just get all of that class and it should be fine. There'll be some occasions where I do want to have a blueprint class. I know there will be things that are like, this also needs a particle system. This also needs like, I don't know, it could be anything, right? Sound. If like, there'll be cases where blueprint class is needed. And so what we could do is we could say actor, and we could put an actor in here, and and we would have a base class actor basically. So we would have BP underscore. That's the storage item. This is now the housing item. We'll just call it housing item. We'll have a housing item here. It's going to be a straight up object class. We don't need to worry about soft loading this reference because it's code. It's not going to be heavy on the memory. It's not going to have Well, in some cases it will have. Yeah, it is going to need to be a soft reference. My bad. It is going to have particles and sounds and stuff in certain ones of these. And we could call this actor template, basically, or housing actor template. In fact, why would we call it? Well, this F underscore housing actor definition. Usually you would use a data asset for that. I'm hoping to do this in a data table just to make it a little bit quicker instead of having a ton of data assets, but usually I would do this with a data asset so that I could extend from it and have like alternate definitions. The problem with structs is you can't extend from them, and so a data table is very static. It's great for things like credits where you're like, yeah, well, no one's ever going to extend the credits, but you're pretty likely to extend from a housing actor. Yeah, see, now that I'm back in Blueprint land, I've got so much more energy. The energy is coming straight back to me. I should also pour myself some water. I've got this absolutely enormous, like bigger than I can apparently manage, massive water chuck. And it's made of glass, which makes it super annoying, but clean. Let's pour a cold one, boys. Come on, lads. Let's pour a cold glass of water. Okay, so we've got common button style for our storage item. I'm going to rename all of this to actor because it is an actor. We got the BP storage actor. We got, wait, what? Why have I got two of these? What's this thing? What are you? You're an object? Ah, right, yes. BP storage actor. Yeah, so this is the object that is like an instance for the storage. Yeah, I've realized a much nicer way of doing this is through a data asset. We're doing a data asset. So this is going to, the concept of the object is that it needs to go into the list view. The list view represents objects in a virtualized manner. In order to create this object, I need to take the struct. The struct needs to go in a data table and define a bunch of rows for every item. The actor knows how to draw itself from the struct from the data table, and the blueprint object for the storage actor that goes in the UI knows how to draw itself from the struct. It's just a disgusting amount of, like, if you have to describe it for more than 5 seconds or 10 seconds, it's just a not good design, right? In my opinion, for this. Just immediately is starting to make me spiral, and it doesn't make sense. It's too many noodles. So what you do instead is you say, I don't want this. This goes away. I don't want this. This BP storage actor goes away. Keep the common button style because that's necessary. I am actually putting all of this in the widgets folder right now, which is ridiculous, but whatever. Maybe we'll just move this out to housing. Housing. Just call this housing actor. This is like the main actor, right? So it comes with some widgets and stuff as well. Let's folder this stuff up. Widgets. Let's put all of our widget content in here, and then we'll keep our core in the root there, and then we'll just right click and update redirectors on everything. So that's good. Right, so in our housing, we've got a housing actor. This is our housing actor. We're going to have a housing actor definition, which is primary asset. Although you can extend from data asset in C++, we're going to extend from primary. And we'll call this BP underscore housing actor definition. And in here, what we'll do is we'll define those 4 variables: 1, 2, 3, 4. This will be the name. Oh, come on. This will be the name. Text. This will be the icon. Be a texture. Soft texture, as we said. This will be an actor. sorry, this will be a, already forgotten, mesh, because it's mostly going to be static meshes. I'm pretty sure it's all going to be static meshes. And then an actor template, which is a housing actor. Soft object reference. Then just deciding which order these go in, right? So if I look at the cluster files, I name it, I pick the template, I choose the icon, I possibly choose a mesh. Generally speaking, we're going to have one actor template in here, and I'm actually going to go and make that template first. So we've got the blueprint actor here, class defaults. I like to make the first one abstract usually, but we don't really need to in this case. This is the wrong type here. It needs to be a soft class reference. This is housing actor here. So that's the default. I'm going to leave that in there as the default. That makes sense to me. And then what you can do is you can go to miscellaneous data asset. You can type in your housing actor definition. So from here we can go DA underscore HA for housing actor. And then we can just start making things like a chest. And so what we're doing here is we type in a chest. Sure, we'll use this icon for now. We'll go here, we'll type in chest, and we'll grab this little chest. We'll come here, we'll type in chest. And that's how we do it. We just make a whole bunch of those. And then, so now what we had before was a blueprint object that's going to represent a struct that would have represented a data table that would need to be read by a widget. In our populate items function, we would have gone into the data table, used the struct, created the items, populated the list view. Now all we do, well, there's a couple of ways we could do the next bit, but basically one way is to get the registry of this path and get all the assets in the registry. But yeah. Oh, and another thing that we need to do in our housing definition is we need to define a category. And so where we're defining all of our data, we need an enumerator. So E underscore housing actor underscore category. And in here we'll just say, we'll start with miscellaneous, random, any, all, none. MISC, we'll just call it MISC, and then we'll have I don't know, furniture, and then like nature. And that's the main two we're gonna have. Decoration, we'll have decoration, we'll have furniture, decoration, and nature. Those will be the three categories. And then we'll add that to our housing definition as well. So here we got category, we just go E category, housing actor category. We could put that next to the name. I think that makes sense. And when we're defining our chest, we say, oh, this is furniture. And so now back in our storage widget, when we want to add the vertical list of options to switch between, to tell what's inside this list view, we can do that. And to save time, we might have 4 different list views actually, like pre-populated and switching on a widget switcher, which comes back to what someone said earlier. When's a good time to use a widget switcher versus this stack widgets system that you're doing? This is a great time to do a widget switcher because there's like a valid reason, and the reason is I am going to go through and I'm going to populate a list view with a bunch of virtualized items, virtualized widgets. I don't want to have to do that every time I switch between the screens. It can redraw and undraw the elements, sure, but I don't want to have to re-get the list and run the population. I just want to run the population once at the start of the game. And so the widget switcher allows us to do that. There's like a really valid reason there. We're using it with like the intent to say, I won't have to redraw this again. Actually, it does come back to the UI thing. It's like, why don't you draw your screens in a widget switcher? You could say the same thing there, where you're like, well, actually, yeah, they're all drawn once, forever, and then just undrawn, redrawn, layout cost, sure, like startup cost, but anyway. I digress. We're on a cool little track here. You can see where this is going. For anyone who's joined recently, we're building an homage to the WarCraft housing thing right now. We've made this character, and everything you see in the room is from an asset pack. Except for this button. I made the button, and I made all the systems that run this button, and put this UI on the screen. Although it might not look very fabulous, it's a piece of tech that works and is pretty cool. And so next we're going to start drawing items in here. Actually, that's a lie. We're still on storage UI and prop rendering. So the next thing to do is actually render some of our props into the UI. So let's actually bring some props out before I go for this break. Keep forgetting where the house is. I need to right click and set a color on the house. Here it is. Let's set a color on here. It's purple. Right. So in here we have these meshes. We go static mesh here. There's a couple of things that we're going to place around. This chest, chair, table. Yeah, stuff like this, right? And these are the sort of assets that we'll be playing with today. Actually, I haven't looked at these yet. I would say I find it is very noisy. It's just my critique on the art, but basically I love how it looks. I do love how it looks, but when you put it all together, my eyes are like, oh, so much noise. So there's a way to fix that, and it's to go to the textures, grab literally all the textures if you really want, and just crunch them down to like 64 units, and then instead of this like loads of layers of lots of detail, you end up with like some really low detail assets that don't do that, that compete. From a distance, actually it's not too bad. I will say that. From a distance it does just read. As I get closer, I'm like, wow, there's a lot of detail in here. And the cool thing is, we have control over that detail. So if the detail wasn't there, I'd be complaining that the detail was too low. So there's a lot of repetition on these legs though. There's always something. There's always something. Can't please everyone. Is there a mimic? There is not a mimic. There is this cool table though. Yeah, so all of these assets, like we're gonna try and turn these all into props that we can place with the system. I'm just going to bring them out because we haven't actually looked at them yet. Like this is another one. This is another one that we'll make an asset for. And all we're doing is we're moving all of this data into a different format. We're just going to put it in a data asset. We're going to name it. We're going to tag it up. That's going to allow us to organize our UI. Oh, we should totally have this. This we should absolutely have, because this is a good example of the actor that has something that it needs to do, and in this case it's an actor that has a light on it. There's another way of doing that where you actually have fragments that you define in the data asset, and you say, oh, I need a light component, and then you define the offsets and stuff, but we'll do it through an actor class. Oh, we definitely want this. We definitely want this. This is like a huge part of the housing stuff. We definitely want this. Is that a mug? Yeah, we need a mug. What else do we need here? We could take some books. Yeah, why not? Yeah, we'll take some books. I'll take some of that. That's all the props though. and then they've got like this pre-compositions, I think. Yeah, where they've got like stuff that's pre-composed, but we don't really want that. Then they've got bridges, building assets like doors and interior stuff. We're not doing anything with that today. They've got environment stuff. It would be nice to be able to use those. Why didn't that work? SM tree foliage. Oh, it's tree foliage, so therefore it's in the sky. Oh, we definitely want a crate. Crate is going to be important. some benches, some plots. I don't think we want plots inside the house, but we do want a barrel. Barrels are fun. Is that a bush? Or is that just a little baby tree? What's going on? What is it? Yeah, so this is interesting. Not all assets are base. So everything we've placed so far is generally going to work with the building system like straight off the bat. Their anchors are done in a way that's going to work really nicely until I reach this tree. At which point these trees do not have their anchors set up in a way. But the Unreal modeling tools will help us resolve that, so that won't be too much of an issue. But yeah, that sorts us out. I did want to have a bush. Sadly, there seems to be no option for that. But yeah, that's going to be where we're going. Just going to go stand over here. Just leave for a quick break. Pretty cool, pretty cool. I'll be right back. Hello, I am back. Had a little break and do something with my hair. Yeah, whatever. Ah, eh. Oh dear, it's been a long day. Right, prop rendering. Got a little dude here. Welcome back, everybody. Let's carry on. I wish I had a jump. So currently I can't jump. I'm just gonna keep pressing it. Quick side tangent. Character. IA jump. Nope. IA jump. Come on. Event. Oh right, yeah, we're in a function, so can't do that. Event IA jump. On press, jump. On complete, stop jump. Play. Hop. There we go. Sorted. Hop. It's a pretty lame jump, but it's a jump nonetheless. It's not a lame jump. It's a great jump. I love this jump. It's my favorite jump. What we can do to make the jump a lot better, this is just completely not massive tangent, is double the jump velocity and double the gravity. Maybe doubling the jump velocity was the wrong amount of tweaking. Maybe just 900 units. No, it's just a little faster. I don't like the air animation. Always thought that was a bit weird. Also, I want to turn off the cape. The cape needs to go. The cape has bothered me long enough. Just hide that cape. There we go. This is better. Oh. Looking good. UI that pops out. Okay. So let's get some rendering going. Need to grab all these props. Just move them to the other side of the room. Okay. So let's make a prop renderer. Housing actor. Let's make a new blueprint actor here. Actor BP underscore prop renderer. Let's put this in its own folder. Prop renderer. Let's put that in there. Let's bring it into the scene. Probably bring it out over here because we're probably going to render it out of the way. And inside this actor, thank you, Gosu. Welcome back to you as well. I got a nice one of these earlier from the shop. Make sure I got something to keep it going. Okay, so in the prop renderer we need a scene capture component 2D, and that is going to be on a spring arm. No, it's not going to be on an ability system. It's going to be on a spring arm. Okay, and let's just get something going here for sort of an angle that we're going to use for that. And what we'll do is we'll make a function just called update camera, and in here we'll set the spring arm length. Nope. Set target arm length to, we'll start plugging in variables basically. So we're going to have the target arm length, we're going to have the set weld rotation. That'll do us for now, I think. And we're going to need a struct, I think. So let's go blueprints, struct f underscore prop render info. And in here, this is a good example where a data asset isn't needed because we're using a static struct that's going to do one job. It's going to render something. It doesn't need to be extended. In this case, well, I don't think it's going to need to be extended. So in here, what we do is we say we need a mesh. It's a static mesh. Because this is at editor time, we can do a hard reference. It's going to need a distance, which will be our distance for our spring arm. It's going to need a rotation. Whoops. It's going to need a rotate. Okay, it's going to need a blur, and then it's going to need a rotation. This will be a rotator. That's kind of the main three things that we need per asset. Everything else for the renderer is going to be like the core size of the texture that we're going to output. Maybe an offset here. So what we could do is transform. Camera transform, basically. No, not camera transform. Asset transform. Mesh transform. Mesh transform. I'll just call this transform. So I realized what we could do. How would it be best to do this? So we're going to define all these meshes. I'm wondering if we even put sort of like this is camera distance and camera rotation basically. But I'm wondering if we do camera rotation in this asset, or if we do that for the whole asset, because it really is just going to do that once. So I don't think that needs to be in here. But the camera distance is kind of necessary because some assets are bigger than others. And we're going to try and use the bounds of the asset to determine that distance. But sometimes you just need a little extra, right? So we'll actually call this a camera distance multiplier. And so by default, that's just 1. Mesh transform by default is just static, it's just as it is. And the mesh is something as well. So in the prop renderer, what we do is we add that variable. So we just call it meshes, make it an array. We call it mesh or prop render info. So now we have an array of that as a variable. And so over in our viewport, when we look at the details, we can start adding meshes that we're going to render in here. And so let's just go pick one. Let's pick a really big one, like this table. Go back to our renderer here, just put this in. And then what we can do in our renderer, because we know we're rendering a static mesh, is we can actually go and put a static in here, static mesh. And we can use what we can do in the construction script is we can set static mesh, set static mesh to the first element in this array. Get a reference to something, break it, and then we have our props. Put our mesh in here. What we can actually do is let's cut this, update camera. Let's say set render, set up renderer, and instead of this info, we'll just take an integer. So it'll be the index. Make this to a variable, test index. Okay. And then in here, what we do is we take that index. We say, okay, Firstly, is that index even valid? And if that index is valid, then we'll go ahead and we'll access it. We'll get a reference to that. What we can do is we could promote this to a local variable, may as well. L info, we'll call it. It's nice to name these, so we'll call this pop info. And now we can drag this out of the way. Just do this. And then we can hide unconnected pins to clean the graph up. So we've got one asset here. Then we've got our spring arm where we're setting up our spring arm length. Do need to remember to do the world rotation, do that after. The camera distance multiplier is just multiply by 1. So in here we'll do camera distance as a float, and we'll also do camera rotation as a rotator, and we'll apply that just by default. So that goes straight onto the spring arm here. Set world rotation. So that goes on here. Cool. And then camera distance, we go set target arm length here. And then we do our test index. I'm going to set this camera distance multiplied by our multiplier. So that goes in here. Technically that was kind of pointless, but yeah, we'll do that. And then, so we set up our static mesh. What's the other property that we had? A mesh transform. So let's grab that mesh transform. Set our static mesh, set relative transform. Set relative transform. Oh, I'm blind. Set transform relative static mesh. I don't know why that wasn't working every single time. Okay. So we do that. Grab this. Move this all out of the way. Keep our graph nice and linear. There we go. So now we've got a little render function. If the index is valid, grab it, cache it, read it, set this mesh, set the relative transform, set the target arm length, and then we'll be doing a render here. So we'll make a new function just called render. So this is just a different function. Let's go in here and let's just type in capture scene. One thing that we need to do for this scene component is set the show only actors. Actually, we could do show only components. Show only components. And it will be the static mesh. So that's another piece of the setup here. What we could do is put all of the sort of initialization of the camera and the render into a function. So we'll just call this collapse function init renderer. We'll move this to the start of the function. So we have a nice little init renderer here. Okay. So as we're initializing the render, we're setting up the world rotation, we're setting up the camera spring arm, we're setting up the show only component. Another thing that we want to do here is look at the what's called flags. So I don't want anti-alias, atmosphere, BSP, clouds, decals, fog, landscape particles, skeletal meshes. We do want static meshes. We don't care about translucency. Well, maybe we do actually. Lighting, foliage, grass. I mean, foliage, no. Grass, no. Instance meshes, no. Paper 2D sprites, render 3D text, temporal AA, no. We don't want bloom. We don't want eye adaptation or local exposure. We don't want tone curves. Basically, every single one of these flags that you turn off is going to save. Well, this is going to save performance, but it's also just going to make the rendering quicker. But if you were doing something in real time with a camera render component for like a map or something, or a character on screen, you want to turn everything off, basically. Don't want skylighting. Well, actually, we do want skylighting because that's going to affect the appearance of the mesh. Yeah, ambient occlusion, dynamic shadows, sure. Ambient cube maps, yes. Distance field, ambient occlusion, yes. Light functions, light shafts, maybe not. Reflections, maybe, maybe not. Volumetric fog, probably not. And that'll do us. So that's all of the setup there. There's another thing that we need to do on our camera, which is actually set up a texture target. But what we'll do, that'll go in our init renderer actually. I think. Create render target 2D. And so we get to promote this to a size. Render size. Plug that in twice. And then the format here does matter a lot, which is annoying. I'm not going to remember what it is. But hey, we created a render target, so let's promote that to a variable. Just call this render target here. Put a little thing in here that says, hey, if there is no render target, then create one. Okay, so then for the scene capture, what we would do is we would set the render target, set texture, set target texture to this render target here. So this just means we don't need to create it in the viewport. So that's cool. What else can we do in here? Did that. We don't want to capture every frame. We don't want to capture on movement. We want to capture when we tell it to capture. We did the advanced settings already for the rendering. We've got scene color HDR in RGB and the opacity in A, which I think is what we want. Okay. So then in our render, what we do is we capture the scene and then create static texture, render target 2D, create static texture 2D only, render target, is this render target here. Name of the texture. Don't know if this actually does path as well. We'll go with default here. MIP settings, simple average. Creates a new static texture, only works in the editor. We will use, as we render here, we'll do an append. We'll do T underscore icon. We're housing. We'll do T, well, yeah, sure. We'll do T underscore icon underscore, and we'll promote this to a variable, which is just called prefix. Prefix. We'll create that. I think that that's going to do it. I'm just going to hit render here as a call-in editor function so I can actually just do one render. So in the construction script, we've initialized the renderer, we've created a render target, we've set up the renderer. So in the viewport now, we should actually see something. Yeah, so we've got the thing in here now. We could use a chair instead if we want. The camera distance by default is 300 units. And we should actually set the in the init renderer, instead of just setting the world rotation here, we should actually set the relative transform. We will promote this to a variable called camera transform. So we've got camera transform, camera distance. We don't really need a camera rotation. Now back over here, by default for our We need to turn everything into a variable, right? So prefix, camera distance, camera transform, render size, like all of these things are important. So now we have all these options, including the render. We have an asset in here. Let's go to our camera transform and just, whoa. Maybe we should set it as a world rotation, I think. Set world transform. Camera transform, yeah. No, it does need to be. It does need to be a relative, otherwise it's going to be a 0, 0 in the world. It is gimbal locked though, I haven't realised. So that's why we're getting all this weird flipping behaviour, because it's gimbal locked. And now the camera is literally like upside down. So what we could do is we could break this, set relative location, like this. Then take this and set the world rotation, just to try and give it a little easier time configuring. Set relative rotation. Sorry, world rotation. Set world rotation. We could also just said set relative location and rotation, taken this and just added actor transform to this, and just plug this in, and then just plug this in, plug this in, plug this in, and then just get rid of these. Pull this down. And all we've done is we've said it's a relative location, and we're just adding the actor's location to that. Sorry, world. I can't set world location and rotation. And then, yeah, so we're setting a world location, which is the actor's location, plus a little extra. Plus a little extra. Okay. So if we zero all of this out, and now what we want to do is we want to say roll pitch yaw. So we want a yaw. It's not letting me go below 0, which is interesting. And then we want to pitch it up, which apparently we're not allowed to do. It's literally a world rotation. What's your problem? Oh, it's messing with all of the properties again. So back to the drawing board one more time. Set world rotation. Maybe it's because it's in a transform that it's giving me a problem. I'm just going to try a different route here. Camera rotation. Let's use a rotator. Just drop that in and see if that still gives me a huge issue when I try and use it. You can go negative now. Yeah, so something about using it through the transform, camera transform here, just doesn't like it. So camera transform, camera location, camera offset you would call it, because it's not the location, it's the offset. We would just get rid of this, use the camera offset here. And then I'm going to start putting these all into variables. So we're camera. I'm also going to turn off my music, by the way. So feel free to put your own music on now, because I'm not going to be playing music. I am going to put music on that I can actually listen to. And it's going to be World of Warcraft OST, just to keep things kind of topical. But you can't hear it, but I can hear it. It's Elwyn Forest. So we're listening to Elwyn Forest right now. with the nice wah, 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 wah. Anyway, so we got this. Delete the camera transform. We got the render size. We got the camera distance. We've got the camera rotation, the camera offset. Then we've got the render. So this is all the render settings, meshes, render target, render prefix. Nice. So then back in our level, we can now modify this however we like. Now to preview, can't preview how that looks, and we do want to preview how that looks, so we will actually make a render target. So if we go into material, it should be textures. Maybe it's in miscellaneous. That's in texture. Render texture 2D, please. Render target. RT underscore prop renderer. We will actually not generate our prop renderer by construction here. We don't need to do this or this. We have a render target. Just plug it in here. Set size. I'm going to try that set maximum. It says set maximum texture size. That's just setting. It's just setting the maximum texture size. It's not the right one. Well, you can't pick your render target size now. It's a shame. What we could do is just put the prop render target in here. And that way, if I do set the scene capture component to capture every frame, then we should be able to see it in here. It should just render into here. Alas, it is not, of course. I wonder why. Oh, I no longer wonder why. There's the chair. Do you see the chair? He's all the way over there. So you get this chair. It's flipped like this by default, but when you render the texture layer, it flips itself back. You can turn this alpha off and you can see the chair. So the chair is there. We have a renderer. We're way too far away or something else is wrong. So for whatever reason, even though we're right here, right next to the bloody chair, it's rendering it as if it's miles away. Firstly, the camera offset. I'm just going to try. We need that offset to be based on the bounds by default. So let's open up our prop renderer. Bring this over here. When we set up the renderer, or we should really call this setup mesh. When we set up the mesh, we set the target arm length here. What we should do is get that mesh and get its bounds, break those bounds. And we'll just try set world transform. So, sorry, set world location to the origin of this, which is just the center of that asset. And then we will set the rotation. Set world rotation. We'll do this separately now. just solving different problems as we go. So we don't really want this. I think what we want in our setup mesh is to take that spring arm and add offset, add a world offset. Yeah, we'll add a world offset. Might have been better to do a relative offset. Okay, well, it's all the way over there now. So that means that this world location here is wrong. Set relative location to this origin. So now we have this, which is getting our chair like dead center now. You can see how it's like, it's perfectly using the origin of this chair as the target. But the camera spring arm or the perspective is wrong. So what we could do is we could add camera perspective as an option, and we'll put that into our initialization. So we've got our camera here. Move everything over to the left. Set perspective. Set. Oh, what's it called? Field of view. Set field of view. Let's change this. Set FOV. Default FOV is 90. So let's just use 60. I think that's the right way around. I always forget. I guess not. Did I just do that on the wrong one? I did. Just got 200 here. 90 here. Say 60. Right, rock on. Where are we at now? Yeah, the chair's a little bit closer. Let's keep getting closer. Camera FOV. 40. Cool. We're starting to render icons for our UI. So, when we get something that's bigger, so the next test is like a wardrobe, basically. Something like this. We take a look at that. You can see how it is clipping. So what we can try and do in the setup mesh here is we can get the sphere radius here and set target arm length to the sphere radius multiplied by something, basically, by some value, some multiplier. So we'll take the sort of ball that encompasses the asset, and we'll use that to determine how far away we should be using camera distance multiplier here. And then we should also add the other multiplier on top as well. Which is this one. Like a per asset multiplier on top. Option Shift Delete. There we go. Okay. So now it's really far away because that default camera distance multiplier is like 300. Camera distance multiplier, we'll just use 1. It's too close, so we'll use 4. It's too far, we'll use 3. That's pretty nice. So then if we take a chest, you see how the chest is perfectly in the view there? And then we take like a shelf. The shelf is perfectly in the view. We take a chair. The chair is perfectly in the view. See how it, see what's rocking? See what's rock? Oh, it's rocking. Let's rock and roll. Look at that. Look at that. A little prop renderer. Little automated prop render. So now I don't need to go through every index and set up anything really because it's just going to work. So that's a cool tool. Built that tool a few times over the years. Let's take a look at this round table. Ah, that's a nice round table. Look at that. Okay, so the next thing is to actually render it. Let's just hit the render button. Boosh. And see where that ended up. Usually in the content folder. No. Okay. So why doesn't render work? Capture the scene and render the render target, which isn't being used to the, yeah. What I'm going to go and do is I'm going to open another project because this is the bit that always catches me up. So I'm literally going to go and open another project that I've built and just bring it in. I don't remember where I put it though. Top down. Where the frig did I put it? Yeah. Content, right click, new folder, UI, right click, show in Explorer, paste, open folder, icon renderer, got no assets, wrong engine version, can't open it, hilarious. Okay, so I need to actually go and open that project in that case. Let's go. Let's go open that project. I will just have to get that done. Just got to get it done. Just got to get it done. Pretty cool little renderer though. What we can set up while we're waiting is a bunch of entries, right? So let's just pick a bunch of stuff that we're going to use. We said we do the wooden barrel. It's going to take a while. A cabinet, shelf, bookshelf. The shelves have we got? Wooden shelf. Should really just expand all. Cup, crate. Use this crate. I wish I knew what this was called without having to leave this actor. Click, outliner. Closet. It's called a closet. Right, then we've got, let's just take a look through the scene here. Then we've got 2 chairs, a stool, a chest, books, a round table, a cabinet, a lamp stick, 2 beds. Okay. So starting from here, let's expand this. Just scroll down. I'll just go bed. Bed. These are the wrong beds. I just realized. Bed. Bed. What table? Camping table. It's not the right one. Bedside table. Don't think that's the right one. The round table? Is that the dining table? Wood table. Oh, this is easier. Control B. Bam. Control B. Pretty sure we did the chest already. Yeah, we already did the chest. The barrel, sorry. We already did the crate. So now we just need this. Boom. Control B. Boom. Control B. Boom. Control B. Oh yeah, this is going great. This is going great. This is a much nicer process. Look at that. Gotta add one more element in here. Insert. Add. No, not that one. That one. Did that work? Yeah. Okay, so save this level. Okay, so we've got this, and we can scrub through the test index now. We can actually see if we do that, we're going to go through all the assets. So that's pretty cool. And then if we've got something where like we don't like the rendering of this cup for some reason, because it's not the right angle, then we can go in to the index for that, which is index 3. 0, 1, 2, 3. And then we can just rotate it, right? So we could say like, minus 45, please. Nope, 45. Let's have a look at the renderer now. Now that looks like a cup in the sort of orientation that we would prefer. Maybe even a little bit more. Maybe like 90. It's pretty cool. And then we could be really finicky and say, well, the location is a little bit off. I would prefer it was 5 units higher, which is too many units higher, maybe just 2. But you can basically set up your renderer in a level. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this actor and file, new level, empty. May as well save this level, paste this one back in, expand it, still got everything in there. Set this to the center of the world, and that's our rendering level. So we'll save this as level underscore rendering, and we'll go and put that inside our yeah. So we've got the housing actor. I may as well move the prop renderer out of here because it doesn't make sense to be there. Right click, update all redirectors, save. Okay, so housing, prop renderer, delete that folder. Cool. I should have my other project open now. Boom. I'm going to go and take a quick look at what I did for the prop renderer on this project, just for some of the settings. It's going to take me a minute to find it though. Okay. Literally going to copy everything that I did and then paste it in here and then render it. Okay, so first off, in our renderer, we've got the size. That's going to be cool. Then we've got the scene capture, which is this guy. We've got the L color, which is a local variable. We've got the scene capture again. Just plug that in. We've got the render index. We actually don't. Yeah, okay. Let's just call this render index. Let's break this. Grab this mesh for the name. Okay. So here what I want to do is prefix suffix. So we have this prefix here that goes in there. Okay. Path. Let's create that variable. Output, local variable, transact it because we're making a new image, and then save it, I believe. So that should be everything there. Render. Okay. So then when we render, we take the size, which is, which we'll just do 256 by 256. Compile that. Okay. One thing I needed to double check actually is in the scene capture component, do we have a, no we don't. Okay, cool. Right. Righty tighty, righty spicy. Let's render. It's going to, it's already construction scripted setup. So let's go for the path. I need to double check what the path is going to be. Path is going to be game underscore housing underscore prop renderer / sorry, what am I talking about? So let's just double check that's actually the folder. Content underscore housing prop renderer. Let's take a look at this, collapse this mesh array, make sure that the new variables that we've added are actually variables. This size here, find references, get size in the render. Yeah, that's cool. That's all good, that's all good. In the setup mesh, do we have anything lying around? No. In the renderer, no. In the setup, the init, yeah, this init here has this. It has render size there. I want to get rid of that. Let's just get rid of render size there. Okay. Render target. Yeah, well, that should just be private because it's not a variable. Find references by name. Render target. It's just an input name. So we actually don't reference it. So we get rid of that. Okay, now we have a distance multiplier, an FOV, a rotation for the actual camera, an offset if we want to just move it up and down, a render index for testing. 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, like this shelf, for example, that's going to be. Why doesn't that work now? Doesn't work anymore. I haven't even rendered it yet. Boop. It's right here. It's rendering every frame. Why are you not rendering anything in here anymore? I know why. Skylight. So this is actually the wrong way around for this first mesh. 0, 1. Your mesh transform needs to be like different. See, now that's offset as well. It's not too bad. It's still kind of lame. I'm going to test all the renders before I do anything. I wish I could lock this. We already checked this one. Okay, let's just hit render, and then we get this render. We open it up. This is our render. It's looking good. So now let's create the batch render function. So batch render. Let's get the consistent naming on here. So in the batch render, what we do is we just for each loop through every mesh that we want to render, we set up the mesh based on the index. And we should be setting render index as we do that. And then we'll use render index here instead, because we reference that render index later for the name. So that's cool. So back in the batch renderer, we set up the mesh and then we render once for each prop. Are you ready to see a batch render? Another thing that we need to do when we batch render is set the render index back to 0 when we begin. Actually, no, we don't, because we're setting it there. We don't need to do that. It's going to come in here. It's going to set the render index. Okay. So then we just need to set that batch rendering function to call an editor and hit batch render. And now we have a bunch of icons. Little chair, little dude, you're too close, you're too far, you're too far. So something's up with the timing, I think. Like basically the camera's not updating quick enough. So we're not getting the right rendering on all of these. It's like doing the process too fast. And so that's easy to fix, hopefully. Close tabs to the right. All we would do is we would set our render index to 0 here. And instead of for looping, set this to 0, and then we'll go to our event graph. We'll do a custom event, render next. We will run this function with the render index as the input, which is fine, maybe. We'll set it up, and then I don't know if this is going to work. Next tick. I don't think that's going to work. The idea was to wait until the next tick to do the next mesh. And then wait until the next tick again. Plus plus here. Ask if that's valid. I don't know if this is going to work, because I don't think there is a concept of ticking while you're in editor time. And if it is valid, do the next render, which comes back, sets it up with the new index that we've just incremented, renders it, increments, and then eventually fails. And on batch render here, we just do next render. Let's try that. Batch render. Okay. We have two of these tables. Okay, let's close all of these out. Delete. Batch render. Oh, it doesn't want to batch render anymore, yeah. And so the reason is because it never reaches here because this isn't valid. So that was all a waste of time. Although what you could do is just run it at editor time, I suppose. Yeah, let's run it at editor time, see how that does. Begin play. So we just hit play. See it ran through all of them. And this time it has done them correctly. So from here now, we can go and set up all of our housing active data. So all I need is a little screen grab of this so I know what renders I have available. I'm going to go and make all the data for those. Okay, so we got what I need to do is just take this, just be like bookshelf. Bookshelf candle. You notate candle. Cup. Barrel. Bed A. Bed B. Chair A. Chair B. Chair C. Chair D. We've got chest already. Closet A. Closet. Closet E. Wait. Night. Oops. Nightstand. Shelf B. Table C. Okay. Whoops. Just freaking duplicated all of them. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. Instead of pressing Control S, I pressed Control D, which is duplicate. So I just finished the task and then literally gave myself another task immediately. Hopefully didn't delete any of the ones I actually needed. So I can edit all 17 here in the property matrix, which means I can just go down and I can type in what I need to type in for each of these. It's a barrel furniture. I think it's a decoration, maybe. Bed A, definitely furniture. Bed A, bed A. Okay, icon. T underscore icon underscore. Okay, bed B. So let's try and do this quicker. So we just do one thing at a time. Candle. What you can do is go into pinned columns and pin the name and just do it this way. So chair A, chair B, chair C, chair D, chest, closet A, closet E, crate, cup, nightstand, shelf B, table C. And then in our icons, I can technically pop open our prop renderer here and use the dock-in layout and then just drag them all in as needed. So just get that prepped. Okay. Can I do it like this? Don't know if that works. No. Well, that's not going to work. So let's just go like this. Details. We'll just do it one by one by just going up and down it like this. So bookshelf, candle, cup, did the barrel. We already did the two beds. Cool. There probably is a way of creating an editor utility tool to speed up this part of the process. Because, of course, this is monotonous. And you would want to use an editor utility widget to get to just generate these basically based on information. We have all the information, so it's not shouldn't be too hard to do that. For example, at this point, when I'm typing in table C and shelf B, that's a known asset in the code base. Two chests. I'm going crazy. Okay, that's everything sorted there. Save all of that. Right, so now that we have finally done the laborious part, right, so back to the demo level. Okay, so over in here, I'm just going to delete all these props now because we're about to get to the point where we're going to start placing them down. So let's get rid of all those. Save, double check that everything's still working correctly. Yep. So, take a sip. Okay, so where are we at? We have a task list, we have the storage UI and the prop rendering. We have created a quick character today with our UI. We've created this UI button through materials. We've got this little slide out that we're about to populate with a bunch of icons. With the prop renderer that we just made, we don't have strafing. I might end up coming back to that in a couple of hours because that's kind of annoying me. We've got WarCraft playing in the background, although you can't hear it because it would probably get me striked. We're listening to some good old WarCraft music right now for the feels. Okay, so hello everyone who's joined and watching. I am Renfarnell. I'm a technical designer working with UX is Fine. We do a lot of UI, UX, gameplay, implementation, Unreal Engine, Unity, Godot, UX research, motion graphics, like you name it. It's like a smorgasbord of talent in this company. And so I am one of the folks that does a little bit of streaming, and hopefully you'll see some other faces in the future. Today's actually my day off, and I'm working on a personal project. So for my business, you can actually find me under Blueprint Primers on the Fab Marketplace. I work at UX is Fine, and we work on lots of projects. And one of the things that I do on the side is I build my own little games. Um, so yeah, I am here today representing myself, representing the awesome company I work with. And so we're building a World of Warcraft Midnight housing homage today. Basically, I don't think I've got the video up anymore. No, I do. Um, I played this last night, and I wish I was playing it right now because I really want to go and earn a bunch more items to do stuff with. Because my god, is it just so fun? It's so smooth, so fluid. It's a UX masterclass there. So we're trying to get to that point where we've popped the UI out. We're about to populate it with UI. Stick around, and not very long from now, we're actually going to start having assets moving around with our mouse cursor and sticking up against the walls and stuff like that. So that's going to be a fun moment. Let's get our UI drawing. So in our UI folder, we have our widgets, which are now absolutely empty, which is terrifying. Why is it empty? Right, we put it over here. That scared me quite a bit for a second. Okay, so we're 6 hours in, my gosh. Okay, we've got a storage UI here, populate items. Okay, so if we get the asset registry, and then we get asset path, get assets by path, we do dash game dash underscore housing slash, sorry, housing actors. Is that the right path? Housing actor. What we could do is we could put all of this inside a folder called data. Just put all of these assets into data. So we'll go in here and we'll go data, like so. Let's just go right click, update redirectors in here. Cool. And this will then do a for each loop. Pardon me. To which we'll get the asset, to which we'll cast the asset to cast to definition, which will be a housing actor definition, to which we will then okay, create a local key map, which is actually, is this going to work? Actor pipe category. It's going to be a housing. It's going to be a definition. A housing definition. Actor. Key mapped with a category. Housing category. And what we do is we add this actor and we take the category from it. Just plug it in there like so. I think this is smart. This is not smart. This is not smart. Let's not make it a key map. Let's just make it an array. What we're going to do is we're going to have misc, furniture, decoration, nature. We're going to add add, select, category, misc, furniture, decoration, and nature. What I usually like to do with these local variables is put an L at the front of them so you know what you're working with. L for local. L for local. Okay, so this actor goes in here. And then at the end of that loop, what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap this tile view with a widget switcher. Common activatable widget switcher, mind you. It's going to be a nice shiny one. Common activatable, sure. I mean, tile view. What we could do is tile view all. Whoops. Tile view furniture. Tile view decoration. Tile view nature. Tile view disk. Okay. Then what we do is we simply go all. We need to duplicate one of these. Just go L all. Actually, can we add item? Oh, we can. Amazing. So what we do, little sequence here. Little sequence of events. We go through the miscellaneous. We go through each of those. Then we go through all the furniture. Then we go through all the decoration. Then we go through all the nature. This is going to be disgusting. Can I make an array of arrays? I cannot make an array of arrays. It's kind of upsetting. What we could do is just make a function. It's just like fill list view. Or add array to list view. So in here, what we're going to do is we're going to go, oh, balls. Balls, that's not going to work. Can I create this? Yeah, it's housing actors, cool. In here, right, okay. Actor, so I've got definitions. Definitions with no spelling mistakes, awesome. And then we've got this add item here. Add item. This target is here. This is a list view. So we go here, list view, definitions. We add the element like this. List view. Populate items. Don't really even need this, to be honest. Just go like this. And then we take our different. Okay. So we're going to do all decoration, furniture, misc, nature. And then we make an array out of all of these. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. We for each through these. And for each of these, this is the tile view, we do a select. We select based off the index, which we know from here is the decoration. So you can see before how a past version of me who didn't know how to do selectors and make arrays would have just done every one of these functions like in a row. I would have been like, oh, sequencer, and we'll just do this one by one. But no, you can keep it really clean, really optimal with just a few steps. Misc and nature. So that's going to populate all of the different categories. So that's cool. And then the last thing to do is to go through everything and add it to all. And so what I could do is we're only going to populate items once. Is when we add to a list view, we also add it to the tile view all. We pull this over here, put this in here. So yeah, doesn't matter what view we add to, but we're always going to add to the tile view here. What we could do is we could add a little helper that just says, as long as the tile view is not equal to this, rename this input here just in list view and in definitions. Just take a look back here. This is all looking good. Get list view in list. So as long as we're not already adding to the yeah, as long as this is not the all, then we should be adding it to all, essentially. I mean, we could also just put a branch in that says add to all. Okay, so anyway, we go back to our event graph now. We populate items. So we hit play, open this up, and we have all these items. The next thing to do is set up our actual item widget. So in the designer, when we have a tile view, we set up the widget that it's represented by, and you get an event on list object set. And if we cast that to our definition, housing definition, we can get our icon, and then we can grab get icon, get image icon, set texture from a soft texture. Don't know if this is going to mess with our brush though. We'll see. Yeah. It didn't work. The icons are terrible. Why are they like that? Why? Bar humbug. Bar humbug, I say. Bar humbug indeed. These are 50 by 50. That doesn't look massive when I look at it, but when I see it at one time scale here, they are oh, entry height, here we go. 50 by 50. That would make sense. And now it kind of looks lame. Kind of liked it when it was big. Liked it when it's big. So, we need to set the scale on here to be a little bit larger as well. Reconstruct. Actually, I could just set the image size right here. Size. We'll go 96 by 96. Isn't that working? It's a pap. It is going to work eventually. We just need to figure out why the textures are broke. So the prop renderer, when I actually open this, do I actually literally need to open them just to fix them? Fine to me, boss. Don't know what your problem is. Hit play. Here we go. Right, so we've got all our items. We can click on them. Alright, we need to make sure that they're not focusable. Looking good, right? It's getting there. It's getting there. Take your time. Take it slow. Prototyping sometimes a little bit. Take a little bit of time, right? I am losing control at certain points though, so that kind of sucks. Class defaults here. Focusable. It's not focusable. Storage. Let's just grab everything in here. Focusable. Focusable. Clear focus restoration target of deactivated widgets. Focusable. Return focus to selection. We are losing input. Set focus. False. Not be focusable. This button's great. This button, not so much. Storage focusable. No, okay. Next widget up, reference viewer. Edit. Stepping through everything to try and find out where the focus is being taken. Look. What is it? Let's override preview. This is kind of annoying, but let's just override it and see if this is one of these is going to do it. Let's take this, go here, override. Let's try the next one. It's taking my focus still. That's kind of annoying. And also, it's got that bloody thing where if you zoom down, yeah, it carries on zooming. I'm just going to fix that one real quick. So for the scroll behavior of the list view, always. So the always keyword stops it from doing that bloody thing where you get to the bottom of the list and you just carry on zooming out. It's like super annoying. Pardon me. Microphone a bit. There we go. Hello, everybody. We're going into ASMR mode at this point because it's midnight almost. We do have our scrolly bars. I've lost my mouse. Literally lost my mouse. It's not good. When I go off screen, it kills my mouse widget because I drew it off screen. I'm just going to go and fix that quickly because that is not good. UI, mouse widget, mouse hand. Set position here. Clamp axis? No. Break. Clamp float. Clamp float. Make vector 2D from the clamped floats. View size multiplied by view scale. Oh, God's sake. View scale. I think it's multiplying. Let me just check that in a moment. Split this. Max X, max Y. Let's just see if that works. It's divided. I can never remember. My brain is like smush. Let's try this one. Whee! Yay, now when I click over here and I come back, my mouse isn't gone because it's clamping to the edges of the game screen. Let me just check what happens if I go all the way over here. Bring it back. Awesome. Click. Still got that focus happening when I click on the tile views. So let's go here. Enable right click. Enable touch scroll. Let's turn all that off. Don't want anything. True to allow left and right to wrap back. Oh, interesting. Allow dragging. No. Don't allow dragging. I don't want any kind of interaction, thank you. But of course you're going to do it anyway, aren't you? Yeah, and then it's just going to stop me from moving every now and then. God, okay, let's go debug this online. Oh. Active. Maybe not. Maybe I can set this. Visibility to not hit testable. This is where we die by the sword now, because if we can't get ourselves to move around reliably while this gets clicked, I suppose it doesn't matter that much, but you can see here it changes the state of the game. Like it's changing my input state, and that's no good. File repair into activatable common widget. Storage doesn't support activation focus. Can't be focused. Override input config. Make everything. No capture. Don't lock. Hide cursor. Ah, that fixed it. Did it? Maybe. It's not perfect, but it is better. Okay, let's start getting some placement happening. We're going to need a placement component. Goes on our character. It goes somewhere at least, but let's just get started with it. So it's going to be a actor component, pp underscore placement component. It's going to have a variable of current housing actor. Housing actor. It's going to have a function set definition. Or so we need to decide on all the functions, right? So let me go and read my planning doc. So we need to set the preview, which needs to come in with a housing definition. Which is essentially an actor. This was this way. It has to be this way. This has to go in here. Async has to async load. It can't have hundreds of these things and have all of their actors loaded, because it's just not going to work. What you would do is you would also pool this, probably. Spawn actor from class here. Cast to actor. Or cast it to housing at least, minimum. Cast to PP housing actor. Put this in here. This is going to spawn essentially at our mouse position. So we're going to need a function get mouse position in world. Get world under get world mouse. Get mouse location. Get location under. Just under mouse? No, I can't even use any of these. What the hell? Mouse? There's a function that's just get position under mouse. Like get world location under mouse, basically. Maybe it's a later engine version. But there definitely used to be a get location under mouse, and I can't find it. That mouse location to world space. There we go. So then you just blind trace by visibility, I think. You start the world location and you add the direction multiplied by a float, like 10,000. I'll do a little one framer. Let's just do a quick tick. Oops. Event tick. Just do a quick event tick, get mouse position in world. Yeah. Controller. Just do the owner. Get player control. Get controller 0. Okay. Is my music stopped? Why? Okay. So spawn transform. Yeah, we don't know what this is yet. We're just going to close it. Right. We just want to test the system first. So let's, in our housing core, we've got a decision where to put this. To some degree, it's a HUD thing. To some degree, it's a housing thing. It's a housing. It's a player controller thing. Game mode thing. All we know for certain is it's very specific to a part of the game. But we don't need to have it on our character that's in every level of the game. So we could just put on an actor in the world. And I think that might be the best way to go right now. So we had our placement component here. I'll put this in our housing actor, new folder, placement component, new blueprint actor class, BP underscore placement handler. If that exists, the actor component exists. And I can choose where to put this, but basically in this case, I'm choosing to put it on this actor. And then this actor is going to go into my world. The reason for that is that I can choose when this actor exists and when it doesn't exist, which is a bit easier than doing it with a component. But basically, once this level loads, we definitely know there is a placement component, which means I should be able to hit play, and you can see there's a little red dot under my mouse everywhere I go. So that's working great. Okay, so then we can set the preview. So we set the preview, we spawn the actor, that's the current housing actor. If there was a previous housing actor, destroy it. Close function, clear preview. And we'll create a new preview. And the position will be here. Break, branch. Actually, what we'll do is we'll just return the location and whether it was a good hit. We'll also return the normal. I think will be a good thing to return. So here what we do is we say, hey, we have to spawn it either way. So we can't not spawn it, we just click the button. Always going to have a hit because you're always indoors. So for this system at least. Always spawn and ignore collisions. Now on tick, what we'll do is as long as there is a valid hit, as long as there is a valid actor, do this. We will set the actor location to this location. Look, it'd help if I called the function. Storage item. Probably get rid of all these overrides. Probably. Not going to say it's going to work. Just saying we should probably get rid of them. Probably a bad idea to get rid of them. I just had a thought. But yeah, we shouldn't have got rid of those functions. These are back. These are back. Okay. This definitely not be visible. Not hit testable. Oh, storage. Basement handler, we don't care about. Component, we're going to care about quite a bit for quite a while. Reference viewer. Housing, don't care about that. This we do care about. So when event clicked, event on clicked, get actor of class from the hashed array of actors in the level of which there is only one handler. Get placement component, set preview. What I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this and put this into our function library. And if we change where that is in the future to make it a little bit better, it's easy to change. Make this pure. I mean, ideally we wouldn't be pulling the get actor thick all the time, but it is what it is. Get placement component, set the definition, promote this definition to the definition. Okay. Then we'll grab that definition, pop it in here, and hook these up. Okay. So now we should get a preview. Of course we don't. Set preview. Should load an actor class. Oh yeah. So we spawn the actor class here, but we don't do anything with it. Housing actor, open full blueprint. By default, it's going to have a static mesh. Set mesh, set mesh. It's a variable, static mesh. There we go, and then we'll make this exposed on spawn. So in our placement component, we're going to asynchronously load this definition, load an actor template, and then we're going to get the mesh, and then we're going to asynchronously load that. That's done. Right click, refresh this. Cast this to a static mesh. Get mouse position. Why isn't that? Yeah, it doesn't really want to be pure. That's fair. Organizing all this UI. Okay, so once this is completed, we will spawn it here. And we will use this static mesh as a pointer. Well, it's hitting the bloody mesh, isn't it? Yeah, of course it is. So in here, in the ignored actors, we make an array, and we just ignore the current housing actor. So it just flies at our face. Okay, so now we've got this. All we would need to do is click to place it. Okay. So IA left mouse. things like deciding if we're actually touching a UI or not, basically, to see if we should place it. But what we'll do is we'll just set this to false. See how that goes. We don't have input enabled on this actor, so let's just go enable input. Get owner. Enable input. Get player controller. There we go. Okay, so we're placing things down. It's pretty cool. Okay. I've made a magic carpet. I've made the magic carpet, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. I'm guessing you can't place things inside yourself in World of Warcraft. let's put this shelf on the wall, guys. How cool is that? Let's put this shelf on the wall. Tell you what, let's put a cup on that shelf. Yeah, that's looking pretty dope. And a little candle. Yeah, that'd be cool. So there's a whole bunch of things that we still need to do. But I think that's going pretty well. It took us 6 hours and 45 minutes to get there, but we basically have every system we would need to expand that and to polish up the UI. Like as a prototype, it's there. The only thing that's going to end up taking absolutely eons is the current input system, and common UI is a bloody pain to work with. Obviously doing some things wrong. We don't have very central control over some things. But I want to keep doing stuff. So let's go IA mouse wheel. And then as this happens, we basically get this. And we set add rotation, add local rotation, split, action value, your triggered. See, it's not overriding my mouse zoom. So I think what I need to do is move. Let's go take a look at this. This isn't ideal, but basically put the placement component on here. Go to my level and remove this placement actor. Go to my BPFO underscore housing, get my player pawn, and get comp class placement component. Replace that there. The reason for that is now in my character, when I do things like my mouse wheel, I can say get placement, get housing actor. You're allowed to zoom as long as, and this is coupling up. The way you would actually do this is you would change the input mode when you're placing. The input mapping context, you would remove one context that includes zoom. Hey Zero to Game Dev, welcome back. Has been a while. It is late for me. It's probably coming up to 1 a.m. soon. No, it's coming up to 12. But yeah, this is starting to couple behaviors together, and I don't want to do this, so we're not going to do it. What we're going to do is we're going to create a new input mapping context for placement. Let's go in here, do a new folder, input, and we'll do a new input mapping, input mapping. Actually, we're not going to do a new input mapping context. We need to split up some input mapping contexts. Let's go graveyard core input, character input, gameplay input, peak core input. There we go. So IMC default, IMC game, IMC placement. And we're going to take left mouse, right mouse, mouse wheel, and put all of that into our input for our housing system. I'm just going to rename these. IA placement mouse left, IA placement mouse right, placement mouse wheel. We're still going to need these over in our input actually. Copy here. We are still going to need IA. What would we? I've just got to decide what the stack is basically. But by default, you can always WASD jump look to some degree. What actually happens right now? I do this, bring this in. It immediately drops it, which I think was wrong. Just while I'm thinking of solutions, just doing some sort of art exhibition on the wall. You're welcome. Welcome to my humble abode. I've also made a chair that I can stand on and fly around with. Witness me as I fly across the room. I do need to make that non-interactive, but we'll see. Yeah, I didn't want to couple this up. I needed to split the inputs. The point would be, firstly, zooming. There is a zoom button, in particular, a actual zoom button, like IA_zoom. And that is a 1D axis that is part of this that we are going to remove at some point. IA zoom, which is the mouse wheel axis. We are going to remove this at some point. Does that make sense? Or can we just... I wonder if you can override it, but not override it, but like in here, you just have mouse left, mouse right, and zoom are all in the default IMC. Mouse left, mouse right, zoom, all in the default IMC given to you at index 0. And when placement begins here, we would get the enhanced input subsystem. We would add an input context at priority 1, and that input context just includes placement, which has nothing in it. except IA underscore rotate placement rotate, or placement mouse wheel, I suppose would be fine. Placement mouse wheel. Which would also be a mouse wheel, and hopefully what happens is, because this is higher priority, when I apply it, I mean, this is all, we'll see, right? Make options, what's it going to do? Force immediately? I don't know. Okay, so here. Character. IA zoom. Just need to change some of these things around because I messed with the names by accident. IA jump, that's fine. Player controller probably needs a bit of rework. Placement, left mouse, yeah. Completed, started. It's annoying that I can't use this action. IA mouse right. Renamed these and then renamed them back. It's like so annoying. I gotta fix it. So it's only one way to fix it. Okay. So let's see. When I add this, do I still zoom? I do. Amazing. That's just fantastic. And it doesn't even trigger this, I don't think. Yeah, it's not even triggering that, even though that would be probably because it didn't find an enhanced input. Get player controller 0. It's all local, so it doesn't really matter. Let's just add this context. Thank you very much. Spicy McDicey. No, we're still doing that. And we're still not getting a breakpoint on Sing actor, you're fine. Character jump, character blueprint function library, zoom, IMC. Everything here should be fine. Placement, we're trying to override. Maybe we're trying to override zoom. Maybe that's what we're trying to do. Is that what we're trying to do? Are we trying to override the action of zooming? Add a mapping context with a null reference. That's not going to work, so let's go back to using placement wheel. Does it work? So zooming. Zooming. Oh, finally got a print. So we do have it there. Ah, it does override it by input. That's perfect. Okay. So now we're not zooming, which also means clicking and turning. Oh, clicking and turning does still work, but that's because it's not defined. So if I go in here and I add place placement left mouse, and define the left mouse button. Hopefully it just natively stops, which is my hope originally. I can right click, but I can't left click. Oh. No. Didn't work. I guess it didn't work because I ended. I don't want to turn my view. To stop my view. Zoom, in, out, open thing, click, in, out, doesn't work, only rotates my mesh. Okay, in, out, place mesh, can only spin, click. Obviously needs to be validated. Duh. But when we finish placement here, we're supposed to remove this mapping context, make. No. Just get to release force immediately. So look, zoom in and out. Awesome. Look at me zoom in. Click on some UI. Zoom in and out. Click. Click. Zoom in and out. Why can't I zoom anymore? I can't fucking zoom. Why can't I zoom anymore? What's going on? Why isn't it working? Why isn't that working? I'm just going to put a candle on here and just admire it for a moment. Oh, might be why. Toggle placement, mapping context. Cotton text, text. Toggle mapping context. Cool. Okay. Branch. This enable. Try this. Click, click, spit. Oh, son of a bitch. Didn't do it right. Enable. Click, click, spin, click, zoom. Oh my god. Input mapping contexts for the win. Right. It's the first time I've actually properly used an input mapping context in a game project. So it's always nice to actually use the thing that you know how it works, but you've never actually had to use it. And then interact with the box. No. Put a chair on the box. Put a cup on the chair on the box, and then put a candle on the cup on the chair on the box. And now we have made art. Behold. Candle on a cup on a chair on a box. Candle on a cup on a chair on a box. Ladies and gentlemen, I have done it. I am a genius. Absolute genius. There's the housing panel. Okay. So if this was a regular work day at this point, and I'd been going for 7 hours, not only are my legs dead, but I'd be okay with this. I'd be like, yeah, it was pretty good. There's a couple of little tweaks I'm going to do here and there. I'm going to speed up the rotation for one. I'm just going to multiply this by delta seconds and by some sort of rotation rate. Say something like 45. We'll just move that to a pin. Rotation rate. Try that. Super duper mega ultra slow. So we'll do 180. 180 units. That should do it. It's still pretty slow. I have to scroll it quite a bunch. So we'll go 360. Just keep going until it feels good. And the reason that we use delta seconds is so that it's the same for everyone. There we go. So that's pretty good. Okay. So the next thing, a couple of next things. There's a whole bunch of stuff that needs to be done, but I think going to bed is probably a better idea. I wanted to make the whole system. It's basically just ray trace it, be able to pick it up, put it down, remove it from your inputs. The snapping, I do want to do the snapping quickly. Snapping is not too hard. So get mouse position in world, and then you can put a little boolean in here. Actually, no, let's just do snap to grid. Okay. Get snapped location vector. Vector snapped to grid. Yeah. So we don't need this. We just go back to our event graph, and we just snap this vector to a grid, and we just choose something like 5 units. You can see now it's kind of moving along this grid, but maybe we'll go for like 15 units. It feels really horrible, right? It's like nasty. So what we're going to do is we're going to interrupt to do this. Get current, get actual location, distance between these two is more than some sort of threshold, like 500 units, let's say, or even 100, really. Just do a little select here. This means that it's going to run both trees, but I'm not too worried. If it is, then we just go straight to the snapped location. If it's not, then we go from current target using delta seconds, something like 5. You can see when it gets too far, it snaps. But what you could do is you could just say the further it gets, the more the speed is. So yeah, see how that it's still snapping. Maybe we need to increase the snap size to like 50 centimeters. But it's not glitchy anymore because it's got this nice movement to it. But if we go really far away, it speeds up. So the way I'd like to work with this is if I hold shift. I'll probably do it toggles. Okay. The next thing I want to do is be able to pick it up and delete it. So when we left mouse down, ask if we have a current housing actor. And if we do, we'll finish placement. And if we don't, find housing actor under mouse. Which means we'll get the mouse position in the world. Hit actor will be a reference that we need. Get mouse hit info. This is valid. And it is a placement, sorry, and I cast it to a housing actor. I mean, you could do this a different way, actually. You could enable click events on the player controller, and you could literally just click it. That's okay. We're not going to do that. We're going to do this. This is what we're doing. We're going with it. What we need to do with this function is actually return here as well with nothing. Otherwise it has graph caching. Click, 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 click. Oh, come on. Is that not working? Because this isn't the input anymore. The input is now just left mouse. Just like regular left mouse. So we've removed the placement input config. Cool. Oh, come on. Click it. Let me drop it. Sucks. Ah. Yes. Function set current housing actor. Just put one of those down, pick it back up and rotate it. And then just put it back down. Why did I lose my mouse? What? I think I know. I think I know what's causing that. So Control P, lock mouse, mouse lock component. It comes from a blueprint function library, which in turn is used in various places. Here is one of them, update mouse lock, but it only happens on these left mouse inputs. So I think what I wanted to do in here was set lock mouse to false. Do this. There's when I click, it doesn't matter where I click. I see. Okay, apparently that's just repeatedly returning. It's graph caching. Yeah, it's graph caching. So that's what I was talking about earlier about graph caching. It was hitting this. The previous thing that got called was this, so it just returns this because you never told it explicitly to do this. So cast failed, must exclusively return. So from here now we could add things like in IMC placement, we could add a new one that's just like IA delete. Just plug that in. That's just the R key. And in our placement component, in our graph, if we do IA delete, it means that we're currently holding something, right? Because we won't have this otherwise. We just destroy this actor. In fact, what you can do is just clear. I think you just call destroy housing actor. So if it's valid, we will destroy it, and then we'll set the placement IMC to disabled. Event graph, destroy housing actor, do this, clear the housing actor. I suppose what you could do is set the housing actor to null. No. Finish placement, basically. Destroy it, then finish placement. So you could put a bunch of stuff down, and then you could just click on one and delete it, delete it. Cool. And you could make better affordances for all this kind of stuff. It's funny that my mouse jumps all the way over there at one point. I find that really interesting. Click. 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 What's going on there? Again, it's something to do with the mouse lock. But yeah, I think I'm kind of done for the day. I know from here that I could go a lot further with this. I could serialize it. I could do a whole bunch of things, right? I really need to know why my mouse is jumping over there, though. That's really annoying. Okay, let's do some debugging. There was something to do with that mouse lock system. But it turns out I don't need the mouse lock system anymore. I've literally disabled it. It no longer does anything. So a workaround that we spent about half an hour to an hour on at one point in the earlier part of the stream is actually no longer necessary. Yeah, some things don't want to have grid snapping on them. You would define that in the definition, like does grid snapping, because this is quite annoying. There's grid snapping, but here it's like, oh yeah, I get it. Well, yeah, and we're still able to touch it, I suppose. Pretty funny. Then I'd want to be able to scale them. Another thing would be that it would probably align directly to the wall immediately the moment I create it. It's a pretty cool little mini game. Like, you just got to build yourself out of a problem. Because there's a lot of games that do that. I will now fly on my chest. Okay, that's me. Mainly because I'm in pain from sitting down for 7 hours. There was a break or two in between, but yeah, we've got a little World of Warcraft inspired housing system here with a couple of setup pieces done. Of course, we need to change the scroll wheel here, but I hope that was interesting and a little look into the process that I take when I'm making little side projects. And I didn't finish the whole document that I prepared for my game, but I can do that another time, and I'll probably do it off stream because if anything, I'll be doing it next Friday. So, thanks for joining. See you in the next one.